Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. Here before, waiting. Hi! The door. Come here. Come here. Then she did for free. Woman is wise. He can have the purr of the jaguar. None of a matter. Get too far. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Hello, everyone. You. Oh, yeah. Ba, ba, ba. Here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Ba, 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 ba. How was Porter Robinson? Awesome. I'll talk about it. Here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Here she comes. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Okay, thank you for the gifted sub. Legit Salvage, thank you for the 20 months. Julia, thank you for the 13 months. Zor, thank you for the 16 months. Olivia, thank you for the 14 months. Ooh. Okay, all right. All right, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Saturday stream. It's Saturday. Live from my bedroom. It's Saturday night. Katie, thank you for the gifted. Ian, thank you for the 11 months. Whale Shark City, thank you for the 3 months. Whoo! So I went to Porter Robinson last night. And it was my first time going to Porter Robinson. And I had a great time, but it was funny because the first half of the show I was sitting with Cutie, and then she went back to go sit with Ludwig, and then I went to go find Will, who was with Marsh and Noah J and T and all our friends. And so when I went up to where they were, right when I walked up, Porter was singing. He had just started a song that I guess made them all cry because I walk up and Noah J starts crying, and then Marsh is crying. Everybody starts crying, and I'm like, hey guys, and everyone's crying, and I was like, oh my God, I know you're so happy to see me. It's okay, you can cry. You can cry. But it was just it was a funny thing because I was standing there, just having a good time, and everyone else was having a spiritual experience. I don't even remember what song it was. I also did the boomer thing where I'm like, for the couple songs that I knew, I went, oh, I know this one. My friends would be checking. They're like, are you enjoying it? Are you having fun? I'd be like, I know this one. I know this song. Okay, that's not even the most embarrassing thing I did. Let me tell you the most embarrassing thing that I did last night. So, Sacha, thank you for the 17 months. So, after the show, apparently Porter told his manager, there's 4 people that I like. These are the only 4 people that I want to talk to. Not like I don't want to talk to anyone else, but these 4 are like, these are my homies: Ludwig, Cutie, Marsh, and Will. And so he wanted to make sure, like, prioritize that I get to see these guys. I have never met Porter before. No, this wasn't a like, I'm sorry, what? So after the show, we are hanging out in this area, and then Porter comes over and Will's like, I want to introduce you. So I come over, I say hi. I was like, hi, I'm Caroline. And he's like, oh, hi, I'm Porter. It's really nice to meet you. And then about 30 seconds went by while he's continuing to talk to everyone, and I realized that I was so fucking rude, and I wasn't like, oh my gosh, the show is great. So then I just interject. I'm like, by the way, the show is amazing. He's like, oh, thank you so much. And then I turn and Broden, if you guys know who Broden is, Broden's the best. And I'm talking to Broden. And then I hear Porter say something about the hurricane. And I swear he was like, wait, so did the hurricane happen? The hurricane didn't happen. And I didn't realize he was doing like a bit with Will, you know, the whole like all the hurricane conspiracy theories of Joe Biden was controlling the hurricane, or like it actually wasn't a hurricane, it was just cooked up by liberal media. So I was like, oh yeah, no, there was a hurricane. Because in my brain, I'm like, maybe he was on tour. Maybe it was a Jared Leto situation where Jared Leto missed the first 2 weeks of the pandemic because he was in the desert, and he came back, was like, what's going on? So I thought like Porter didn't know that there was a hurricane. So it's like, oh yeah, no, it was a huge hurricane and there were tornadoes. And then I realized, because then the next thing he said, he's like, nah, I think this is all cooked up by liberal media. I went, oh, he's being funny. I didn't say it like, no, dude, there was a hurricane. I truly was like, maybe he's been in the studio. Maybe maybe he just didn't know that a hurricane hit southern Florida. So I was like, oh yeah, no, it did happen. And then, yeah. Anyway, he was very nice. He's very nice. He's such a nerd too. Oh my God. So much of the show was wrapped up in nerd culture. He talked about League of Legends. He did an entire song where he changed the lyrics of the song to be League of Legends, like related to League of Legends. And then he shouted out Ludwig. This man is on stage at the Hollywood Bowl, the biggest show that he's ever done, I was told. And this is why you should watch the Fear Hand episode. Oh my God. Once again, caught that I don't watch Fear Hand. But I knew he had played League with Cutie and Lud, because Cutie told me that. But he's talking about League of Legends, and then he's talking about how he's not good. He's only at bronze. And he goes, it's not, what am I, Ludwig? Shouts out Ludwig's name. And it was really a funny moment because right before that too, he had said, if you play League of Legends, raise your hand. And a bunch of people were like, woo, woo. And he goes, okay, if you didn't raise your hand, will you boo those people? So, half the stadium's like, boo, boo. He goes, okay, now, if you didn't raise your hand, but you play Valorant, no, everyone else boo them. So then there was another chorus of boos, and I'm sitting over here like, I think I might be the only person in this stadium who's not getting booed. Well, and then what if he had gotten on the mic and was like, if you like cats, raise your hand and everyone boo that person. And then I would have been the only person who was booed, unless Donald Trump was also in the stadium. Obscure Leftist, thank you for the 26 months. John Doe, thank you for the 4 months. Quiche, thank you for the 5 months. Excess, thank you for the 9 months. Sasha, thank you for the 17. Check out Maddie on Twitter. Oh, I met him as well. Because he did a song. He did a song with Porter. Yeah. And it was great. I think it was Maddie on. Yeah. I don't know. I knew the song. What's on his Twitter? Is he talking about cats? Is Maddie on a Cats fan? He was told 3 hours before that he was supposed to do it. Man, those guys should be streamers, because that's pretty par for the course in streamer land. Oh, hey, you're supposed to do something and you have a few hours heads up. Classic. Apparently Porter is addicted to League of Legends to the point that it's problematic. Like, it is impeding his music time, like his time. It's interrupting his time in the studio, because I guess he's just obsessed with League of Legends, which is crazy. For someone who's never played League of Legends, I talk so much shit on League of Legends. Grandma asked his chat to pass on that he would like to collab for dinner in a movie, and he would make gumbo. Yeah, the reason I haven't really done any collabs for dinner in the movie, because my shit is always breaking and it's very stressful. As you guys know, dinner and movie streams, there's always stuff going wrong leading up to when I hit go live. I'm like, this is breaking. Nico, 911. 911, Nico. We've got Houston. We've got a problem. It is so... I honestly, this is so bad. But the reason I don't do a lot of collabs on my own stream equipment is because I get stressed out. I'm like, I don't know how to do this shit. Peach Stars is in town this weekend, and she's like, let's do fun collabs. Let me come over. Let's do stuff. And in my mind, I'm just like, I want you so badly. I'm so stressed about the tech, though. Like, it's easy. There's Nico. Don't worry. No, nothing's going wrong right now. Nothing is the problem right now, but probably soon. So anyway, after Porter, we went over, they wanted to get Porter to go over to, we were going to have an after thing at either Marsh's or Noah and T's place. Porter had to leave for Indiana that night. He's booked and busy. He is booked and busy, but we were at, so I went to this after party, and I did another embarrassing thing. I had had a couple drinks and I was talking to a friend, and like out of the corner of my eye I see this guy, and he kind of does like a one of these, and it was pretty busy. Like it was pretty packed at this. It turned into a party. It was supposed to just be like a chill little get together, and then it was a full blown party. And I started to do like, oh, nice to meet you, and then I kind of saw him react, and then I realized, oh my god, I know this person, but he had shaved his head. He shaved his head, and all I saw was the shaved head, and it was very much so giving American History X, FYI. And so I was like, oh, I don't know this person. And so I started to introduce myself, and then was humiliated to realize that I do know that person. And so I profusely apologized, and I blamed it on the shaved head. You know how that happens, where one day someone doesn't have a shaved head and the next day they do, and you're like, oh, hi. New person. But a great thing that happened at the party, okay, because had a few kerfuffles last night in my socializing. Damn, I didn't know you were a baldist. You know what? Add it to the list of things that I am. Jessica Negri came to the party with Peach and a couple of the other friends. They're all in town this weekend. They're shooting like Halloween related OnlyFans content. And I love Jessica Negri. I met Jessica Negri in Austin. I think it was the Ren Fair. That was the first time I met her. I didn't know at the time that Jessica was, that she's OG. She's a legend. Because I'm not in the cosplay world. You guys know. I've missed out on a lot of that, the internet cosplay nerd culture stuff that's a huge part of Twitch. But Will had told me about Jessica, so I already knew that she was, this legend, this cool person. I meet her. She's amazing. So last night I see her, and we're just doing the, oh my God, I haven't seen you so long. And she tells me, she goes, I want you to know that I see what you're doing out here. I see what I see your tweets. I see what you're doing, and we are here for you. And I was like, who's we? She goes, all of the hoes. And I went, oh my God. And she goes, I am the queen of the hoes, and if you need anything, we will mobilize. I was like, that means a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. She's like, we have your fucking back. We will. I sent out the signal. And the hoes will mobilize. They will hobilize. Yes, they will hobilize, and we will be there for whatever you need. The hose signal. And isn't that just the most beautiful thing? I was so touched. I was so touched. The hobilization. Yeah. That actually brings a goddamn tear to my eye. And then I ran into Will and I were getting coffee this morning. I was a little hungover, and so I was very out of it. And we're sitting there having coffee, and suddenly I look up, and Bose, if you know Big Boss Bose, she's walking over to us. She's like, "Oh my God, hi!" Happened to be at the same coffee place, and so we were chatting, and she was like, "I see what you're doing out here," and she's like, "You're crushing it. You're. I see you," and it was just like, because I've been in such a negative, cynical mindset lately, to have all these women this weekend, I got the hobilization, I got Big Boss Bose, to have them be like, look, we see what you're doing, and we appreciate it, and we are here for you, type of thing. Which is, it's nice, because a lot of what I do is advocate for women, advocating for women on a platform where it's very hostile to that. Just the internet in general being hostile to women. So for women to be like, yes, girl, we got your back. I'm like, oh my God, thank you. And I'm just visualizing now. I'm just visualizing this whole army, which includes Jessica and the Hobilization, just all standing behind me. So, you know what? Going out and seeing friends and socializing, it's a reminder that it's good for me to be away from the computer. It's good for me to take nights off. It's good for me to, be having conversations with people and feel encouraged to keep doing what I'm doing, even though it brings a lot of hostility. You have a huge girly pop audience, we're gonna and we are going to continue. We will continue to be a community that has a whole army backing us and girly pop vibes everywhere. It sounds like a journey with some sort of fellowship, the Hobbit. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Look, anybody can be a girly pop, too, okay? Just remember that. Girly pop is an energy. All right. Ooh. And then the last thing I'll tell you. The Riders of Rohan are the hoes in this context. Riders of Rohan! This will never not be hype. The orcs are the Redditors. The Redditors, the avatar profile photo no names on Twitter. You just watched this for the first time last week? We're talking about 2004 Oscar winner, Best Picture winner, Return of the King.
Courage, Mary.
Courage, Mary.
Courage for our friends.
Courage.
Form ranks, you maggots! Form ranks! Pikes in front! Archers behind!
This and Helm's Deep, this will never not be, like, send chills down my body.
Hey, man! Take your Aerid down the left flank! Gambling! Follow the king's
When he
banner down
takes
the
his
center.
sword.
Remove! Take your company right after you pass the wall. Forth! And fear
To
no
all
God.
the other swords.
Arise! Arise, riders of Theoden! Spears shall be shaken! Shields shall be splintered! A sword day! A red day! And the sun rises!
Chills.
Whatever happens, stay with me. I'll look after you.
Ride now!
Right now!
Ride! Ride for ruin and the world's ending! Death! Death!
training in the art of battle your whole life to be cooked by a random arrow. Feels bad, man. Like, fuck. This is 100 reply Reddit thread. Oh my God. Holy shit, y'all. Oh, you got me laughing today. Oh my God. Last Beta, thank you for the 7 months. And happy birthday. Feels birthday, man. Chicken Nugget Noah, thank you for the 6 months. Okay, wait, the last story I was gonna tell is that I woke up, so I fell asleep on the couch, classic, and then at some point in the night moved to the bed. And I woke up in the middle of the night, no idea what time it was, from a nightmare that I was having. But let me tell you what this nightmare was, all right? So, in my nightmare, I was at a party, which is crazy because I had just been at a party, and I was having a great time. And then Will comes up to me and he hands me deodorant. And I was like, what's this? What is this for? It's like, I have deodorant on. And he goes, because you smell. Y'all, Dream Will, Nightmare Will is so evil. And I went, what? And he goes, yeah, I don't know if you know, but everyone's been talking about it. And I went, what? I didn't know this, but I put deodorant on. Like, I've never smelled myself. He's like, yeah, I mean, people have been talking it for a long time. And I have to tell you because I care about you, which is straight up. I think this came from when I was in high school and my ex-best friend texted me, was like, everybody hates you. And I went, everybody? Really? She goes, yeah, and I'm telling you because I care about you, but everyone hates you. And I think somehow that line made it into my nightmare, and Nightmare Will, who is so mean, he is a bitch. He is so mean. Use that line. He's like, everyone's been saying it. Everyone's been saying it. And so I had a breakdown. I had a breakdown in this nightmare. And then I woke up and I turned over and he was just sleeping. He was just sleeping. I was like, you have no idea what you just said to me, huh? Oh, you look so peaceful. You're just laying there asleep, probably having great dreams, because he said that he always has great dreams because he flies in his dreams. All of his dreams, he's just flying around. I was like, really? Are you flying into my dreams and telling me that everyone secretly has been talking about the fact that I smell? Wake him up next time? Yeah, I'll be like, you are so mean to me. Will's a big lucid dreamer, right? Yeah, he will go to sleep with a smile on his face. He loves sleeping. Okay, he loves sleeping. And he also loves going to sleep. And he will go to sleep with a smile on his face because his dreams are so great. And he's just flying around. Meanwhile, I'm over here dealing with evil Dreamwell. Your nightmares literally happened to me in real life. Listen, I was moving in the middle of July. What do you expect? Okay, but did Vio come up to you and go, everyone has been saying this for a long time. Like, people have been talking. It's a thing. Like, it wasn't just you were sweaty because of, moving shit around. So you were a little stinky. It was this has been happening for a long time. I was like, what? Vio would 100% do that. Evil Dreamwell is just Vio IRL. I know it's a dream, but I would die and immediately shower. Yeah. Yeah, I woke up and I felt the urge to just cover myself with deodorant. And I think there was another part of the dream before I woke up where I said I was using deodorant and he goes, yeah, but that's organic. Like, it's not, it doesn't work type of thing, which, okay, kind of true. Kind of true, because I've used organic deodorant before and that shit does not work. You know, it kind of felt like an ad in my dream. It also felt like evil Dream Will was doing an advertisement. It was like something out of Truman Show. He's Laura Linney being like, Moco Coco Joko, it's the best. I drink it every night before I go to sleep. It's just so tasty. He pulls out a deodorant stick. He's like, organic deodorant won't keep the stinkies away. But if you use this one, which will definitely cause you cancer, but keep your pit smelling good. Did you watch the Sydney Sweeney deodorant ads? I did. I watched them on stream. So maybe that had to do with it too. Maybe those ads were not just for horny young men. Maybe those ads were also for me. I had a dream like that when I did Salvia. I was on a game show where my family was being so mean and humiliating to me. Such a bad trip. At least that was just a dream too, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who are like, yeah, no, that would happen to me in real life. Like my family being assholes to me. Yeah. I would be surprised if that only happened in a dream. Has Will apologized yet? No, I didn't even tell him about it because I couldn't find the words. I'm not ready to talk about it. I'm just going to text and be like, we need to talk. We need to talk later. Once I've managed to think about what I want to say. Always apologize for what you did in a dream, guys. The aura was off. It was your fault. And here's the thing. Will is the sweetest in real life. And I think that's why Dream Will is so evil. Because real life Will is the kindest, sweetest, best guy. And then Dream Will is the opposite. Has Dream Farley ever been evil? You know, I can't really think about I can't really remember any Farley dreams. He's nothing that stands out. He's just brat. Yeah, you know what? If we're going off of being opposite in dreams and how you are in real life, Farley would be, he would be the opposite of brat in my dreams. He would not be fucking with me. He would not be, oh, y'all, I did kind of fuck with him yesterday though. So I was getting rid of I was cleaning up in the apartment and I had this leftover birthday balloon that Will had gotten me. And so I was going to throw it away. And then I went, oh, wait, there's helium in this. So I sucked down the helium and then decided to talk to Farley and he hated it. He did not like it. I think I recorded it. Hold on. Maybe this is why he fucks with me, because I fuck with him too.
Farley, do you want to go to the park later? Do you like when Mommy said... Oh, okay.
Here's the first time I did it.
Hi, Farley. Hi, do you like Mommy's voice like this? What do you think when I sound like this, huh? You don't like it? Okay, I'm back.
If Farley ever met Mia Goth, hello Farley, hi Mia Goth. Hi Farley, I'm actress Mia Goth. He would lose his mind. He would lose it. All right, so I guess you know what. I sufficiently fuck with Farley too, so that's why he fucks with me. Anonymous gifter. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 community subs. Ahem. Chicken Nugget Noah. Thank you for the 6 months. Okay, you guys. So today, here's the deal too. I need to leave. I gotta go right now. No, I need to leave by probably 10-ish. Okay, bye. No, I need to leave by 10-ish because my friend Kyle, aka Midnight Kids, is doing a show, and he is he's a sweetie cutie talented little bean, and I want to go support him. So I'm gonna go do that later. So I can't forget that I gotta pop off because I need sufficient time to get down there. Hi, you're giving me depression looks. You're giving me ultimate that you want to, Brian kill you. Okay, so today we're doing reacts, y'all. We're doing reacts. How was Porter? Porter was great. Porter was fabulous. So we have just reacts. Just some good old reacts. But I do want to start off by this because I didn't recognize that Andrew Garfield was speaking at 92 New York, which this past year has silenced pro-Palestinian voices. I watched this clip the last time I streamed, and I was like, this is great. Love Andrew Garfield, love him speaking up. Also, it's sad that this is very bold and brave of him, that, we still live in a climate where not everybody, most people, especially in his position in Hollywood, are saying anything. But to add to him speaking out on behalf of Palestinians, the fact that he did so at an event at 92 New York, which this past year Viet Thanh Nguyen, the writer Viet Thanh Nguyen, was supposed to speak there, and because he had criticized Israel, they pulled him. They canceled his appearance. So it has very much so been something where if you are at all critical of Israel and supportive of Palestinians, you will face repercussions if you are scheduled to make an appearance, and if you're a scheduled speaker for 92 New York. So I just, Andrew Garfield I've always loved this man, but recently too, I have been on an Andrew Garfield kick where I've been listening to a lot of his interviews and watching clips of him, and I really love this man. I'm starting to do the thing that I always warn about, where I'm developing a bit of an obsession with Andrew Garfield because I love listening to him talk. I think he's super talented. I think he really is an amazing talent. But also listening to him in interviews, he loves film. He loves artists, and the way that he talks about the impact of, the impact that film can have, and the way that he talks about his favorite actors and his favorite movies, and how, he grew up, and every weekend his dad would take him and his brother to the movie store, and they would get, 3 movies for that weekend. And it's just, I love this. This is why like, what's her name from Stranger Things? Millie Bobby Brown. Listening to her say, I don't watch movies or TV. Like, she has no interest. She has no interest in the medium that she is in, Whereas then you have an Andrew Garfield who has such a reverence for his fellow filmmakers and actors and for the medium of film itself. And, you know, that's why he got into it, right? Because doesn't that make sense? If you're an actor, you pursue acting because of the impact that film had on you and how you believe that it is, you know, you believe in its importance in this world. Versus like, I don't know, I just did acting because. Wild. That's wild. I don't know. Whatever. This isn't about Millie Bobby Brown. This is about Andrew Garfield. But I just, there are certain actors where every time you listen to them in an interview, you can just hear their love for the thing that they do and how they genuinely, you know, a lot of people will say, oh, I'm so lucky to get to do this. And it's true. And yeah, they are lucky to get to do that. But you know, for someone like Andrew, when he talks about it, because he's like, this is the greatest thing in the world. And it's something that I had a deep love. I had a deep love of movies before I became a professional actor. And he also loves the stage. He loves theater. And so getting to be a part of that is the greatest gift. Anyway, I'll play the clip.
I want to help you, buddy. What can this...
Josh?
This is not a clip of him talking about how much he loves movies, but he's also a nerd. Oh my God, he's such a nerd. Yes.
500 people collectively clap our
manifest?
hands and make happen for you.
Oh man, I don't know. I'm pretty, you know what, like out of everyone in the world, I'm so happy. Like we should be putting our energy towards something that actually matters.
What could be more important than that right now?
Yeah, maybe the lives of, I don't know, Palestinians in Gaza right now. Maybe that's where we put our hearts and our energy and anyone suffering, anyone oppressed, anyone that is suffering.
You know the other thing too, every single time you hear an actor or another public figure say something like this and the crowd cheers. The crowd is so obviously in agreement. And so it doesn't line up when you hear the responses of the crowd to knowing that this organization has explicitly suppressed pro-Palestinian voices throughout the last year. And then here comes Andrew Garfield, who utilizes this moment to mention Palestinian suffering and the oppression of Palestinians and listen to the crowd's response.
The weight of the horrors of our world right now. Anyone who doesn't have a choice in living lives of dignity. That's where our energy should be going right now.
Is there a director you've come close to working with that you're dying for?
Yeah, some real Damien Chazelle whiplash there. Nothing can retrieve what has already been lost. The state of Israel is committing grave crimes against humanity. Its allies, our own governments, are complicit in these crimes. That was the letter that Viet signed, and then he was pulled. 92 New York staff resigned after the cancellation, including the Poetry Center's director. Other workers say they've been disciplined for showing solidarity with Palestinians, like displaying watermelon stickers. The org says it welcomes people who are critical of Israel as long as they don't actively call for the destruction of the state of Israel or question its legitimacy. Nguyen and others have continued to speak up for Gaza since. Yeah. So that was a lie. Yeah. Mumbles, thank you for the 14 months. Ashley, thank you for the 24 months. I lived with Ben Affleck, who was dating my coworker. I actually do. Ben? Oh, he's in the bathroom. I was going to have him come out. Back in October 2023, Andrew Garfield was one of the few 50 actors who first signed the actors ceasefire letter. More people signed after, but he was one of the first to sign. Yeah, Andrew has always operated from a place of empathy. Here I am using like first name, like Andrew. Andrew Garfield has always, though, operated from a place of empathy, for reals, in his work, in his advocacy, and it's why he's great. He is. You call him Drew. Yeah, Drew, Andy. Andy, we love Andy. We do. He's a person where if I ever had the opportunity to meet him, I would not be well. I'm just going to say that. And I was revisiting this. His first meeting of Amelia de Moldenberg, who he's doing his chicken shop date with. Next Friday, we will be watching that. And I was like, why isn't this me?
Great.
What?
Yeah, I think you're great.
Do you know who I am? You're kidding me.
Of course I've seen
You're
all
kidding
your
me.
chicken shop things.
No.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get a date with you for a while.
I have not got the memo.
I'm asking that right now.
But you do date a lot of people.
Yeah,
Which,
and?
oh no, it's wonderful. It's just like, I don't know. I just feel like less special.
Are we an Andrew Garfield fan club now? Yes.
No way, you are the most special.
Right, you say that to every single person.
No, I don't. It's the first person I've called special tonight. Especially your armpits.
I'm sorry.
Your
Oh, that's
armpits.
that smelly, that sniffy
Yeah.
armpit thing. I almost killed that image.
Oh my God, that's like
I almost,
me.
said, please don't use that image because it looks like I'm just like really into my own
Armpits.
scent.
No, I think it was my favourite image.
Marique said thank you for the 14 months.
On my phone.
What that says about you.
What? You look hot in that image.
Do you an
We have
armpit
so
thing?
much in
That's very
common.
No, I don't have an armpit thing.
But that particular one
No,
is your
you just
favourite
look.
image.
I'm giving you a compliment. You look really good. Just take the compliment, and
take the compliment.
I can't
You
wait
look
for
lovely as well.
our
You look very
date. Yeah.
beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, it's like,
It's a dress.
But it's like kind of leathery ropes.
It's made of rubber,
Rubbery ropes.
which I like. Rubber. No.
Armpits and rubber.
Armpits and rubber. That's me.
Is that your new
No.
series?
This is going well, I think.
Are we rolling? Like,
This is
we've been, okay, we're
this
not
is
just getting to know
happening.
each
This
other.
is happening. Let's make a tiny toast
To who?
to us and our future date.
Whenever, really,
Okay.
whenever. Well, not whenever.
Does Will of Competition? I bet you Dream Andrew Garfield is an angel. I cannot see this man. I cannot see this man being anything but angelic in my dreams.
But like, when we can both do it.
Okay, great. Wow. So tomorrow.
How many of those have you had tonight?
A lot. Bye.
Okay, see you. Lovely
See
to
ya.
meet you. Seriously, lovely to meet you.
Yeah, seriously, love to meet you.
No, brilliant, because it's weird what you do. It's
Is
like
it?
weird as in good. It's very specific what you do.
Yeah, no, I know.
And like, unique in that. In a really great way. And I appreciate.
I appreciate you.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Lovely to meet you.
See ya.
Truly a dream job. Truly. How do some people just get to do it, you know? Okay. So, in box office news, did you watch Under the Banner of Heaven? Is that the one where he is he's the Mormon guy? Okay, that is the one. So, I have not seen that yet, but I was in an interview, or I was listening to an interview, and he was just talking about his past work. And I realized that I had missed that, and it came out like 2 years ago. Yeah, and I actually would really like to watch that series now. It's a limited series, right? It's only one season. It's a true Mormon detective. Isn't it made by the guy who did Milk? What's his name again? Dustin Lance Black. 7 episodes on Hulu. Clip of him in Florence. Oh my God, we really are just turning into an Andrew fan club.
I mean, I grew up in the countryside.
Oxford.
Yeah, I grew up in Oxford in the countryside. The country bumpkin does every now and then come out when I talk to my old friends.
It's a nice voice. It's a nice accent.
Thanks.
I think we can all agree. I don't think any of us would disagree with that. Where's Florence Pugh's accent from?
Also, their movie seems very good. So that's why he's been doing a lot of interviews and stuff, because he and Flo have a new film out. It's not Terrifier 3 though. No. But Terrifier 3 is currently carrying at the box office. Terrifier 3, a $2.5 million independent film that is the third in the franchise. And it is about a sick fuck clown named Art. And it has surpassed Joker, Folie à Deux, which is also about a clown, but it is a $200 million film. And Joker Folie à Deux has officially broken a record, and it's not a good one. But the record that it's broken is that it now has suffered the worst decline in history for a comic book movie, and one of the biggest among all films. So, not good. Not good. And yet this is not going to spell the end of $200 million franchise films, right? Sequels, giant comic book films. No. Nope. Even though it is breaking records, but in a terrible way. And it just reminds me of Cord Jefferson's Oscar speech, which I watch all the time.
And the Oscar goes to...
All the time.
American...
Thank you so much.
Cord Jefferson, who won Best Adapted Screenplay for American Fiction.
This means the world to me. Thank you so much to the Academy. Thank you so much to everybody who worked on the film. I've been talking a lot about how many people passed on this movie and discussing it, and I worry that sometimes sounds vindictive, and I don't want to be vindictive.
American Fiction was not a $200 million film, by the way.
I'm not a vindictive person anymore. I've worked very hard to not be vindictive anymore, and it's more a plea. It's a plea to acknowledge and recognize that there are so many people out there who want the opportunity that I was given. And this is I understand that I only got 6 seconds, please. I understand that this is a risk-averse industry. I get it. But it
is. It's risk-averse, but it's also not. Because what it is a go big or go home, right? Where they are saying, and I'm not saying he's wrong about this, but that is what's happened in the industry, where the business model now is, we will not take a risk on these mid to lower budgeted films, and instead we are going to produce these films with behemoth budgets that will perhaps turn around and make do $1 billion at the box office, because it's go big or go home. So we're going to spend a bunch on these films, but they are, fingers crossed, going to give us a gigantic return that, these other little films won't, even though there's less risk producing those. And what you're also doing is you're stifling creativity. Okay, anyway.
$200 million movies are also a risk, and
yes.
And it doesn't always work out, but you take the risk anyway. And instead of making one $200 million movie, try making 20 $10 million movies, or 50, right? 50 $4 million movies. Like, you can...
Math.
There are so many people. I just feel so much joy being here. I mean, I felt so much joy making this movie, and I want other people to experience that joy. And they are out there. I promise you. The next Martin Scorsese's out there. The next Greta's out there. Both Greta's. The next Christopher Nolan's out there. I promise you. They just want a shot, and we can give them one. And this has changed my life. Thank you all who worked on this movie for trusting a 40-year-old black guy who'd never directed anything before. It has changed my life. Thank you. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Yep. Did you know Netflix offered Emerald Fennell $150 million for Wuthering Heights? Yeah. Didn't they also do that with Nancy Meyers? Wasn't there supposed to be a Nancy Meyers film that was like $100 million budgeted film and then that fell apart? What could they possibly do in the movie? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Terrifier 3 is called... Wait, I saw... where was that? Where was that check? Wait, who was it that posted about what Terrifier 3 is called in the UK? Why can't I find where that was? Whoever did that chat comment, just put it back in the chat because that was funny. Oh, yeah. In the UK, the Terrifier is called The Thoroughly Frightful Lad. Ah! That's so fucking British. The thoroughly frightful lad. Oh, Mummy, I want to go watch this movie called The Thoroughly Frightful Lad. It's such a weird... Yeah, and then you go and it's a clown that's chainsawing a woman in two. Oh, it's thoroughly frightful. Fun fact, Art's actor actually used to play Joker for fan films, so him beating the Joker is kind of crazy. That actually is pretty crazy. That is a full circle.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of...
Is this the section where he talks about Joker?
Open to roughly the same amount.
Also, I meant to, it's Morbin time. I meant to see a movie yesterday. Oh, I didn't do my announcement. I've talked a lot, but I didn't do my announcement. So I meant to see a movie yesterday, either Morbius or Metropolis. Didn't end up doing it. But Sam already talked about this on her stream last night. Sam and I are moving forward. Sam and I have an announcement, and we're getting married. We are doing a podcast. It's true. So obviously, this is not the yarn. We are having a baby. We are having a baby, and it's not the yarn. You are not the father. And that is because Cutie's schedule is too packed. Her schedule is so packed, even if she didn't have Fear and, where they still don't have a consistent day of the week that they film. Like, that in and of itself is very hard to manage. Not having the same day a week, not even like hour, just the same day. And so she has the 2 podcasts, but one of those podcasts is very loosey-goosey with their scheduling. So it's hard to then have other things on top of that. So, we love the yarn, and it doesn't mean that me, Sam, and Cutie will never do anything together again. But Sam and I decided that we don't have a podcast, and we both really want to have a podcast. Did you tell Cutie? Oh, yeah. What if it's like, no, I didn't. She thinks it's happening, and it's not happening. No, I talked to her, and it was also I don't want you to feel like you have to add more on top of your schedule, because we want this to be a fun project, right? We want this to be something where it's a nice break outside of streaming. It's something that both Sam and I can put our energy into, can have something to look forward to, can work on something other than just having our streams, you know? And if I already had 2 podcasts and everything that Cutie has on top of that, I would in no way be excited about doing a third. And it's not an excitement of like, because, you know, it's fun to do things with your friends, but just it's stress. Like it's work, and that being added on top of a very full schedule already means that you can't just, you know, it's not necessarily something that you will get to be as excited about because you have too much going on, and it's hard to be split in so many different directions. So anyway, anywho, that is the, if it's just you and Sam, would it be called the urn? We're still coming up with names. We jokingly couldn't come up with anything, and so then we were like, how about the shed? Because we are probably going to film the first couple episodes in Sam's shed. And then I went, that's still kind of like the yard. So, the shed is still not getting away enough from the yard. So we're not the shed, but we don't have a name yet. So if anyone has any ideas, feel free to throw them in the chat. But Sam and I are coming up with things still. But I wanted to let y'all know because I think we want to try and put out the first episode at the end of the month, because why not? Why not? Once we decided, like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. And I was like, let's do this now, because otherwise then it's very easy to just keep planning to do something rather than just doing it, you know? The doing it is the doing it is the hard part, but then you do it and you're like, "Oh, we did it. Okay, that wasn't so hard." The Sam and Cat podcast, isn't that like iCarly? Isn't that a show? I did not come up with that. Someone in Sam's chat did. Yeah, do you think Nickelodeon will let us do that? Do you think they'll leave us alone? The Sam and Caroline podcast hour, not featuring Cutie because this is not the yarn, not related to the yard, the podcast. You know what? I love that. What if we took the first letter of each word? So TSACPHNFQBTINTYNRTTYTP. I think that's got a nice ring to it as well. What is the theme of the podcast? So we're thinking that we want to have structure to the podcast. I'm a girly who likes structure. I don't want it to just be where we sit down and it's just rambling like we would do on stream, because I want it to feel different from stream. Even though, okay, I know I do like structured stream and stuff, but it would be different from how my streams are. So Sam's really into, you know, talking about things in pop culture, but in a way where we talk about things that are, you know, a lot of people are talking about, but then things that people aren't talking about. Little known, you know, did you hear about this? Or I've got this crazy story for you. Like, let me tell you about this, let me tell you about this person or this thing that happened. The Let Me Know podcast, we actually did throw Let Me Know out there, because obviously that's a thing between Sam and I. And at the end, we had joked about Let Me Know. And then here's the thing. When you're trying to come up with a name for a podcast, usually you just throw out a lot of jokey names. And then sometimes it sticks, though. You're like, wait, I was joking with that, but maybe that actually might work. And then at the end, when I had to leave and I was hanging up the phone with her, we were talking about something. She goes, "Okay, just let me know." I'm like, dude, maybe this should be the podcast. Maybe it should be Let Me Know. Women be yapping. Women do be yapping. What was it that... Who was it that said women talking? Oh, wasn't it Mark Wahlberg who introduced the film Women Talking at the Oscars as Women Are Talking? Women Are Talking. Is it going to be pop culture focused? Yes, but not... I don't know how to describe this, but if you are a pop culture person, you probably listen to the pop culture podcasts, Las Culturistas, Keep It, those types of things. It's going to be different from that because Sam and I have different interests. Like I'm not, I can't have a 2-hour conversation like on Keep It where we are talking about a mix of Broadway and film actors and the type of stuff that I love. You know what I mean? We're different in our pop culture pursuits, so it will kind of be like educating each other, telling each other about stuff. A little bit maybe of the Dollop vibe where Dave Anthony tells Gareth a story, right, from American history, and then Gareth reacts to it, blah, blah, blah. So we haven't fully finalized what this is what the podcast is. We're still in the brainstorming phase, but we definitely want it to have segments and to have structure to it. And we also want to get guests outside of streaming, because I think a lot of times with podcasts, it's with creator podcasts, and this isn't a bad thing, but it's kind of just a continuation of stream, so it's a lot of the same people. You talk about things that are relevant to Twitch and to Twitch culture, but we want our podcast to be where if somebody who has no idea what Twitch is listens to the podcast, they're not going to be like, what is this thing that they're talking about? We want it to be for a general audience. Obviously, it doesn't mean like every single person would love a podcast like this, but outside of just a Twitch audience, because with Twitch streamers, you're using your audience that you have. It's why a lot of people do a podcast. They're like, oh, I have this audience who's very loyal, and they are, they show up and they watch my streams, they watch my YouTube videos, so it's natural to then make a podcast, which I already know I'll have an audience for. Have you thought if you're going to be in the same room? We will be in the same room. Yeah, it's very important for us. Caroline's FBI agent. What's up, buddy? Oh, I've missed ya. Hope you're well. Thanks for the 4 months. Hope things have been good there at the FBI. The plan is to make the podcast go big and then invite Andrew Garfield. Yes, that is the plan. That's why I'm doing a podcast now. I'm doing a podcast so that Andrew Garfield will come on my podcast. But anyway, we really want to have a mix of guests. And I am excited to have a project outside of streaming, and I think that will help me. I think that will help me with my feelings towards streaming, which lately have not been so positive. And I think it will give me respite, and it will give me just something else to focus my my energy on, you know? And also it will be nice to have something that I think how I am as a streamer, it doesn't always work the best on this platform. And I think podcasting, a podcast, may be a better format for some of the things that I talk about, you know? And just mixing it up is good. Mixing it up is good. You know, and I'm really looking forward to having conversations with people that I think will work better in a podcast format. And, you know, there are still a lot of people who don't understand Twitch. So it may be harder to try to get them to come on Twitch, which they're like, what the fuck is that? But, oh, hey, we've got this podcast, and here's the guests that we've had. Everybody knows what a podcast is. You know, people are comfortable going on podcasts. So I think that will also be an avenue for me to have to try and bring on people in the entertainment industry that I've been wanting to have conversations with, where it's harder to do on stream. You know? So, anyway, more to come, but that is just the, hey, this is what's happening. It is something that exists outside of the yarn, so it's not the yarn, even though the yarn was never what, you know, it was never going to be called the yarn, but it's not the yarn because it's me and Sam who are doing it, and, you know, it's all love. It's not, there's no, Sam and I are doing this because, actually, you know what? Fuck you, Cutie Cinderella. That's right, bitch. That's right. Let the people know. Let them know. JK. I wish she didn't have 2 other podcasts. I wish there were no other podcasts, you know? I mean, really ours might be like the podcast. You know, it's 2024. It's the end of 2024. And I think we're doing something that no one else has done. I think we're inventing something here. Call it 2 in the think. We thought of 2 girls, 1 pod. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know. That was another one where it was like, haha, JK. I think 2025 is going to be the year of men. Women are out. I think you're right. So we got to do this in 2024 while we have a couple months left, because 2025 is the year of men. I think everyone's thought of, no, we're not doing 2 girls, 1 pod. We're not doing that. It is hard to think of a podcast name, though, because it is 2024 and there are 10 million fucking podcasts. 2 woke girls. Okie dokie. Well, that's very exciting. You know what's crazy? I feel better just having another project now. I feel better going, I have this other thing that I'm going to work on, and it's going to live outside of Twitch. And I'm hoping that will also jumpstart me creatively, and that will then lead me to do, to do other passion projects and just have, just be building things and working on things outside of my Twitch stream. So we're all good. We're all good over here. And back to talking about what happened with Joker.
Morbius did a couple of years ago. Although Morbius costs less than half as much,
it's Morbin
and still
time.
only ended up at about $75 million domestically with a better audience reaction.
Bro, can you imagine being the guy who made the movie that did worse than Morbius? That cost more than Morbius and did worse than Morbius?
So we are looking at a very real possibility that Joker Folie à Deux comes in under $100 million domestically, which, I mean, for a movie that people were forecasting to be one of the biggest hits of the fall, that's not great. Also not great for theaters that were looking for this to be a big October tentpole. It's not their fault that people aren't going to show up. It's very much on the movie. And one of the big reasons that this was such a terrible opening weekend was that Joker Folie à Deux had a very big budget, a substantial increase from the first Joker film. Some people have said $200 million. There's been more reporting saying it's $190 million. And I haven't really seen anyone dispute that $190 million figure. So I wanted to look at just where this ranks as far as movies that cost that much and opened that low. I had to do a little bit of research here to find out which movies actually had budgets in that $190+ million range. So these are the 10 lowest openings for movies that had confirmed budgets, meaning I did not find conflicting reports about how much they cost. We'll go over some of the other movies that may have cost as much as Joker Folie à Deux. So these are the 10 worst openings for movies that I could find that had confirmed, meaning I didn't find conflicting information, $190+ million budgets. I did exclude any COVID-era releases, movies like Tenet, as well as day-and-date releases, movies that were released on HBO Max at the same day they were released in theaters, because I didn't quite think that was a fair comparison. At number 1 is Killers of the Flower Moon, a reported budget of $200 million. It opened to $23.2 million. Then we have Battleship. I know it's been a while since that movie came out. $25.5 million opening, a reported budget of around $220 million, believe it or not. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom comes in third place at $27.8 million. That was a weird frame for it. It came in right around the Christmas holidays. It actually ended up legging out much more than...
Methinks we should stop with these $200 million
that opening
films
would indicate. The Lone Ranger comes in fourth at $29.2 million, a reported budget on that film of around $225 million. Then we had Elemental from last summer at $29.6 million. It had a respectable run domestically and even better internationally, but still not a great opening for its budget point. Then we have John Carter, which opened to $30 million, a reported budget around $260 million, and I have not adjusted these numbers for inflation. That movie was insanely expensive and insanely unsuccessful.
Hear me out. $400 million movies can't fail. You know what? I think you're right. I think we need to double it. I think we need to go bigger. Go bigger or go home. Go bigger or go home.
In seventh place, we had Dark Phoenix, which opened to $32.8 million off of a $200 million reported budget. And then we have Joker Folie à Deux with a reported $40 million opening. That's estimated. It could go down, could go up, but more likely to go down. And that $190 million budget point. Then we have Terminator Salvation, which opened to $42.5 million off a $200 million cost.
God.
And finally, Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore, another Warner Brothers franchise that went south at a $42.1 million opening off of a $200 million budget. Now, there are some movies that could potentially have had higher budgets than Joker 2 that would have opened lower, but I found conflicting reports. Wish would be one of those movies, which opened to $19.6 million. Napoleon, another movie starring Joaquin Phoenix that had a massive budget and very...
You know what's also, what I was thinking about is the fact that Joaquin Phoenix walked away in the 11th hour from the film that oh my god, that, what was it called again? It was the Todd Haynes film. But was there a name on it? I don't remember. Whatever. The Todd Haynes film of the of the gay, like, detective love story, the hardcore gay film that was all set to begin production in Mexico. And then it fell completely apart because Joaquin Phoenix walked away. He walked away. And the fact that he did that, and his movie that he didn't walk away from is now like breaking records for having the worst fall off from the first film, and is one of the worst budget to box office ratios in history. Yikes. Joaquin, maybe you should have done the Todd Haynes movie instead.
Very little return at $20.6 million for its opening weekend. Then we have The Golden Compass, Jack the Giant Slayer, Disney's A Christmas Carol, Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time. We're really stretching back. And again, if you adjusted that number,
his last two films being huge budgeted films and doing terribly at the box office. It's like, Joaquin, why don't you go do the small films again? I think that's what you got to do.
For inflation, it would be significantly higher. 2017's The Mummy, 2010's Robin Hood, Pacific Rim, which I liked but did not have a great opening weekend, and then Onward, which...
Okay, let's watch this video that I meant to watch. You know what I did today too? I was like, rather than just do what I always do, which is spend time every day before stream finding things to talk about, I'm like, I'm going to go back through my almost 200 videos in this playlist of things that I have pulled throughout the year where I'm like, oh, this would be interesting. Let's talk about this. And I was going through it. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of good stuff on this. Like, wow,
a famous actor
I never covered that.
as the lead. This was a common these days.
Okay, so this is a film stack video from last year. Where did mid-budget films go? Because they are gone. They are gone. But the mid-budget film is dead. And now we have indies or these, giant budgeted films. And here's a crazy statistic. So, where did it go? From 1996 to 2001, about 36% of films produced in the United States had a budget between $15 and $65 million, about the range for a mid-budget film. And then, fast forward 20 years later, from 2016 to 2021, that figure had dropped to 5%. So we went from over a third of films being what qualify as mid-budgeted films to 5%, and now less than 5%. And mid-budget films were, those encompass a variety of genres, from action films to rom-coms, and that's why, like, when we talk about older films such as Truman Show, Shawshank Redemption, all these films, and we always go, oh, that would never get made today, because it wouldn't, because these are all films that are classified as mid-budget films, and those just no longer exist. You either have these indie productions where, they don't always get a theatrical release, but when they do, they tend to make money because the budgets are very small. And we're seeing Terrifier, which had a $2.5 million budget, now up to almost 20 mil after opening weekend. And you have that on one hand, or you have just these gigantic films, the Marvels, the DCs, the Disney, Yeah. So anyway, let's watch this.
We have $4 million naturally lit atmospheric folk horror films and $340 million car and CGI galore family dramas. But where are the films with the budgets in between? We're talking
Godzilla Minus One was really good. It had a $15 million budget. Yeah, I think it was even less. I think it was like 10 mil.
about those
Still.
$20 to $80 million mid-budget movies. Where have they gone? Those high concept, often character-driven films led by some of the most notable and up-and-coming film stars working today. Films like The Truman Show, Fight Club, Rain Man, and Eyes Wide Shut that would have almost zero chance of being made today. It is no secret that the industry is fueled by greed and that over the years they have phased out most of these kinds of films. But why were they left behind when they were so successful in the past? Well, that's what we're here to explore, to find out where mid-budget films have gone, why they left, and if they'll ever come back. It's easy to point fingers at the evolving film industry and the rise of streaming, but are we, the consumers, in the golden age of television also to blame? So let's start off with the first question. Have they even left us in the first place? Most of you that clicked on this video probably agree that mid-budget films aren't as prominent as they once were. And some of you probably rolled your eyes and took the question too literally since mid-budget films still exist. In fact, there have been many great movies released just this past year or so, such as Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Menu, Asteroid City, and Nope. And they all did well enough at the box office. There's even a studio that's almost exclusively pushing out these types of films. A24. You can argue that their movies are on the lower budget side because all of these films released with a budget under $20 million and all these under $5 million. But A24's film budgets have been ballooning lately because they're taking on bigger projects that are well within that mid-budget range. One thing to note though is that the term mid-budget film can be viewed more as a type of film rather than a numerical range for production costs. There's most likely a type of film that pops into your head when you think of mid-budget. A film that is often character-oriented, carried by an original screenplay, and feels refreshing. Even at very low budgets, these A24 films had that mid-budget charm. And say what you want about how lately A24 is becoming stale or repetitive, they are still releasing bangers every year. It was actually pretty difficult to find the list of successful mid-budget films I just mentioned because they've been on a huge decline this last decade. These days, it seems mid-budget films fall into one of two categories. One's targeting Academy Awards, or one's made for streaming to attract viewers, which often get lost within the vast streaming catalogs. It's also not surprising that studios are reluctant to make them, since they are the ones we often hear about flopping. Like recently with Beau is Afraid, Are You There God, It's Me, Margaret, Babylon, Bones and All, and The Fabelmans. Yup, even Spielberg's name couldn't draw in an audience for a mid-budget coming-of-age drama inspired by his own life. But this is just a tease as to why there are less mid-budget films today.
Yeah, and what's crazy though, if you were to take those films, if you were to take those mid-budget films, those rare examples of ones that have gotten made and then haven't done well at the box office, and you add up the loss of revenue, I think it would maybe equal, if you add them all together, what the loss is on Joker 2. Because that's the thing, is that, yeah, okay, so you have a $50 million film and it makes $40 million. So you're at a loss here. But it's still operating at a lower scale than a film with 4 times the budget. And, you know, even more money spent on its marketing campaign because the film budget was so much money. So they have to spend a lot of money on the marketing to ensure that they are going to make back that budget and then some. Why was that movie so costly? The scenarios for each one. Which one? Babylon? I mean, Babylon was just, it was a huge production. If you've seen, oh wait, Joker 2. It's a good question. Why was Joker 2 such a high budget? Why was it higher than Joker 1?
Weeks. He claims to enjoy, allegedly, the film Joker Folie à Deux.
Yeah, I liked it.
In the scientific community, he's what's known as very offline. He doesn't know that we all agree that it is a bad film. I saw the poster and I thought, like, what a cool idea, like, what a cool concept, and then I saw it. Are you aware that it
Jake,
has been
a person.
unfavorably reviewed by critics and audiences alike? Really? I thought it was cool. We think he might be having a psychic break, one similar to that experienced by Joker in Joker Folie à Deux. Does it bother you that the movie basically undercuts all it established in the first one? Dude, that was a sequel? Wow, that's crazy. Nobody likes it. Are you just faking it to be contrarian and cool? Explain yourself. Who are you? I just liked it. Adam Driver was really funny and it had a unique narrative structure. Oh, hold on. Is the movie you like Megalopolis? Yeah. I mean, isn't that what we're talking about? Oh, that makes sense. Wait, you liked Megalopolis?
Another man carrying thing banger. Okay, back to watching.
There are so many more factors for why this is happening. The evolving industry, the economy, and us, the consumers, all play a part in this. Since the 90s, the industry has changed quite a bit, but most notably with the death of the movie star and the rise of intellectual property. When you look at all of these mid-budget films, what do they all have in common? A famous actor as the lead. This was a common trait for films in the mid-budget, as these actors could pull in an audience, single-handedly making them profitable. Movie stars used to feel special, usually only being seen on the big screen or in paparazzi photos. Nowadays, social media has made these celebrities more public, where they become less of a big deal.
Yeah, we've talked about the death of the movie star before, where, you know, when you think about movie stars as far as their ability to put butts in seats, and that's why they were worth, you know, $20 million a film, because people would go see a movie no matter what it was because Julia Roberts was in it. They would look at it as like, oh, the new Julia Roberts film, the new you know, the new Tom Cruise movie. Like, that's how, and now there are still a couple, you know, still a couple big names that will still have that box office draw, and the movies that they're in are still like, you know, the latest Tom Cruise movie. But by and large, because of what he's talking about here, there are not movie stars as movie stars used to be in terms of a guaranteed success at the box office. I mean, nothing is guaranteed, but you know, a draw because of that person alone, a larger than life type of figure.
Especially now, where negative news often gets attached to so many actors, which is making it more difficult to find ones that appeal to everyone.
Oh, not the Army Hammer.
And this is why studios find it riskier to bank on an actor rather than a franchise or an
thank you for the 26
especially with
months.
cancel culture looming around the corner. It's also riskier and harder to market films that are considered mid-budget. You
Taylor
can get
Swift
away
stands
with
don't even flock to
MCU
movies
and
she's
Minion
in.
stickers
True.
on bananas, but you'd never be able to just throw a sticker of Jim Carrey on there in hopes of advertising something like The Truman Show. For these reasons, we're seeing almost no up-and-coming movie stars. Timothée Chalamet, Anya Taylor-Joy, and Florence Pugh might be names that could raise some eyebrows when you hear they're attached to projects, but they have nowhere near the pull that past industry juggernauts like Tom Hanks, Leonardo DiCaprio, Denzel Washington, and Julia Roberts had. Otherwise, films like Bones and All and Last Night in Soho wouldn't have flopped. The other major change in the industry is in the way it's structured. We've reverted back to the olden day Hollywood, where you'd have a handful of major studios completely dominating the industry. These days, we've got Disney at the top of the Agario leaderboard absorbing everything, and there are franchises that are strengthening each studio's power over the market. These major studios want to stay at the top, so they've reduced their risk to almost none by focusing on IPs, superhero movies, remakes, reboots, and other franchises. They won't take their chances on mid-budget films because the opportunity cost and the risk of them flopping would have a much bigger impact than with low-budget movies, where losses are often negligible. They'd rather focus on the 4-quadrant appeal films where they can safely make hundreds of millions instead of gambling on making much less. Except, we're starting to see early signs of this stagnant industry imploding with some recent box office flops, but more on this later. These studios have been playing it safe, but only with the content they put out. Their fear of missing out on the streaming wars might have caused a few to jump in too early without realizing the consequences. But there are other studios that could still make these mid-budget films, right? Yes, we still find them in theaters like the ones mentioned above. There's just more weight on their shoulders to be exceptionally good and refreshing to garner an audience. They also often rely on word of mouth marketing, which is no match against the bigger films. And to make matters worse, these large studios have so much influence over theater chains that they can bully these mid-budget films. There's a popular interview with Quentin Tarantino on the Howard Stern Show where he went over his experience with this form of bullying. For the release of The Hateful Eight back in 2015, he had a contract with ArcLight to play at the Cinerama Dome where Star Wars The Force Awakens would play the 2 weeks prior. Disney went to ArcLight and said they want Star Wars to play there the entire holiday season instead, and that if they follow through with their Hateful Eight contract, then Disney won't allow ArcLight to have Star Wars at any theaters, which would have been a huge hit to the theater chain's earnings. But this is just one example that went public, because Quentin Tarantino has a lot of influence of his own in the industry and could speak out against Disney, but there are definitely similar cases that fell under the radar. Another major evolution in the industry was the decline of physical media and the rise of streaming, and mid-budget films took the biggest hit from this. Matt Damon said it best during his Hot Ones interview that DVD sales were a huge revenue stream for films, and you can afford not to make all your money back in the theater run knowing that the DVD revenue would follow through. But now, with that chunk of potential money gone, the types of films you'd be allowed to make are limited. He gave an example where a film about an affair with two people costing $25 million to make would need another $25 million for marketing. There would also be a revenue split with the theaters, so to make a profit, the film would need to earn $100 million at the box office. All of a sudden, it has become a huge gamble, and it's why these types of films aren't being made as much in favor of guaranteed profits. Streaming has been killing physical media, and the revenue films receive from selling streaming rights is almost nothing in comparison. Matt Damon and his buddy Ben Affleck have been definitely feeling the effects of this changing industry a lot lately. Two of their recent collaborations, The Last Duel and Air, although not technically mid-budget, but the types of films we're referring to, didn't even make enough to cover their production budgets. And that's despite the fact—
Yeah, and a lot of times films that have theatrical releases have these shortened releases and then go immediately to streaming. For instance, The Bike Riders. The Bike Riders was in theaters for, I think, 10 days, maybe less, and then went right to streaming. And so it doesn't have the chance, A, to have the word of mouth style marketing where, oh, we went and saw this movie, it was really great. And because it has a longer theatrical run, it gives people the opportunity to go see it in the theaters. And B, because streaming does not provide the back end revenue like DVD sales did.
That they are both recognized as great films. These types of films are just going to be made less in the future as people aren't going out to see them. But why aren't they? Well, it's because of the economy and the way our viewing habits have changed. Low and mid-budget films used to do well in past decades because there wouldn't be as much to watch on TV readily available, so people went out to theaters with the intention of seeing whatever was playing. It was also a common place to hang out. Now, people are going out to look for other forms of entertainment because watching movies can be easily done at home, and at much lower of a price. Inflation played a big part in this. The rising ticket prices have made going to the theaters much more of an event. A couple or family have to spend upwards of $50 for one movie night, where instead they could spend $10 for a month of streaming. Because of this, many people decide to wait out a film's theater run to watch it for cheap at home on a streaming service or just pirate it. And the films that they're most likely to wait out are the low to mid budget ones. And this is because if someone's budget allows them to watch 5 films in theaters in a year, they will go to see the must-watch in theater films. The films that provide an experience. The high-budget, blockbuster films that no home theater setup would be able to replicate the theater experience of. We're talking about Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Barbie, Oppenheimer, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, and Dune Part 2. Low and mid-budget films can be watched at home with a somewhat similar experience, sometimes even better as you won't have annoying moviegoers next to you.
And the other thing is too, okay, if you're renting a movie on streaming, renting a Marvel film or a Disney film versus like, a film that was $20 million budgeted or less, that's going to be a difference in cost as well. So you go to rent the latest big Disney movie and it's going to cost $30. So you go, okay, I guess maybe I should just go, it should just be something that I see in theaters. If I'm going to go, Mooncat, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I hope y'all had a fun, good stream, having a good Saturday. Anyway, so what I was saying there is that there is also that incentive of seeing the big budgeted films in theater because they also cost more than these smaller budgeted films do on streaming. You know, for like Bones and all, maybe it's $10 to rent on streaming versus $40 for, you know, 2 people to go to the movie theater. And then you have whatever the latest Pixar film is or live action Disney film that costs you $20 or $30 to rent, which is going to be closer to what it costs to go see that in theaters. That's basically how I watch movies now. It's so expensive. Yeah, that's how a lot of people watch movies. And because you know that it will pretty quickly be out on streaming. You don't have to wait a year or, you know, even six months to a year to watch it on streaming. It'll be out pretty quickly. So you go, I'll just wait 2 weeks and then I'll rent it on Amazon Prime.
And you can even pause to go to the bathroom. But hey, we still support theaters, so please go watch these films in theaters and support.
I think the one thing that doesn't get talked about is that fewer people have access to theaters now. I have to drive 100 miles to go to a theater. There used to be one in my town and 2 in the next town. Yeah, there are, you know, there have been a lot of shutdowns of theaters, especially indie-owned theaters, and they've been taken over by major studios who then have the ability to control what is being shown on the screens. So that's another thing, is like not even, you know, the availability to easily see a movie in the theaters, let alone see one that's not just the biggest movie that's out.
The people making them. And if the fact that movie stars aren't able to carry films anymore, major studios are playing it safe and bullying others, physical media revenue is disappearing, and the rising tickets aren't enough.
Why do you have to rent on streaming? Do they not drop movies on a subscription service? Well, when a movie just comes out on streaming, you usually have to rent it. If it had a theatrical release and then now it's on streaming, it's usually available to rent for a price. And then sometime after that, it will be absorbed into a streaming platform. So then maybe it'll be like Hulu bought it. Hulu bought the distribution rights. So if you have Hulu, then you can watch that movie. But right when it comes out and for, you know, X amount of time, like if it's still new, then you have to pay to rent it on streaming.
We're also seeing consumer behavior changing a lot in the past decade, and the industry is tailoring towards it. We have a whole video about this, but basically our viewing habits have changed a lot recently. We binge shows, doom scroll for hours, and consume more and more short form media. We seek instant gratification to get those dopamine hits, needing quicker and snappier content. It's not everyone, but it's a rising trend, and it's increasing with each younger generation. So the film industry is adapting to this with the way they're going about their blockbusters and franchises such as the MCU. Unfortunately, this trend leaves classic cinema in the dust. People are having a harder time sitting still for 2 hours and paying attention unless their senses are constantly being stimulated. But slower pacing isn't specific to the literal budget of the film. Instead, it's more in line with the concept of mid-budget films, the they don't make them like they used to type films. One of the best films of the last few years, Everything Everywhere All at Once, is a mid-budget film that definitely adapted to this trend, but in a good way, which gives us some hope. But as much as I want to see more films like this, we still need those slower paced films since variety is one of the cornerstones of mid-budget movies. Okay, so we're definitely seeing less mid-budget films in theaters, but did they go somewhere else? Yes, they did. 2 places actually. Streaming services and a different medium by being converted to TV shows. Streaming services have a vast catalog of mid-budget films. Not just the ones that sold their streaming rights, but also many made for streaming movies. These streaming services don't have the money to release constant blockbuster films, and unfortunately, indie/art house films don't retain subscribers that well, which at the end of the day is their end goal for this type of content. So the mid-budget films they do invest in are often high-concept water cooler conversation type films to grab attention easier. something like Bird Box for example. The problem with these films is that Netflix doesn't care as much about the quality as they do about how popular they are.
Yeah.
Like with one of their first high-budget films, Bright, from
God,
2017.
What was
When it
this,
was
100
released, it was said
million?
to be one of the worst
Yeah, Will Smith got paid $50 million for this trash.
films of the year, but it brought in enough viewers within the first 3 days to rival some of the top opening weekends for other Hollywood movies. So there's less of an incentive for Netflix to invest in quality since they're being made to attract new subscribers instead of retaining them. But that's where TV shows come in. A lot of stars and top talent in the industry that would be making mid-budget films have made their way over to streaming, signing all kinds of deals to help produce content. We saw this with Adam Sandler, who keeps signing those lucrative Netflix deals to produce films for them, recently agreeing to 4 more films for $250 million. Or Knives Out, which Netflix paid $450 million for to obtain the rights to a second and third one to be produced, with Rian Johnson directing and Daniel Craig acting in both. Talent is being eaten up by streaming, especially mid-budget talent. But the bread and butter of streaming is their TV shows, where even more deals are happening. And this is basically why the budget, talent, and aesthetic of mid-budget films has been absorbed by TV series. With certain types of films being greenlit more than others, more often than not, TV shows are the only medium some stories can be told through these days. TV has been picking up the slack and filling the void in storytelling that film has abandoned for safer profits. Shows like True Detective, Severance, and The Bear could have been movies in some alternate universe, but in ours, they would have been considered too risky to make and probably would have flopped. But these are the types of stories we've been missing when we wonder where have mid-budget films gone and how they don't make them like they used to. And they even thrive in the TV medium because character-driven stories only get better the more time you spend with the characters. TV shows allow these stories to breathe and become something bigger than just a 2-hour one-and-done piece of entertainment.
Well, the other thing that happened with TV is that A-list film stars began to do TV. It once upon a time was... The way it worked in the industry is like, if you were a silver screen star, you didn't do television. Television was trash. Television, where you had separate TV actors, you had television actors, and then you had screen actors. And screen actors were viewed as the creme de la creme of acting. But then enter prestige television. And one by one, A-list silver screen actors began to transition into doing TV, which sucked for actors who were TV actors and had built entire careers around, being actors on TV, because it meant that then they were getting dropped down a peg on the hierarchy of who's booking these roles. So, good and bad. In that we've got a lot of amazing TV out of the prestige TV era, but it also meant that like a lot of those acting opportunities that back in the day, TV roles would go to actors who were specifically TV actors, were then going to actors who had their careers in film. I mean, everything is suffering. Like the industry is suffering overall. Like, this is something that we've talked about a lot here, but streaming just changed the whole fucking ball game, and then the streaming bubble burst, and now we are in the aftermath of the burst streaming bubble. And so it's why, a show like Chaos gets released and then 1 month later canceled, because that's just the Netflix way now. They have their few shows that are their pride and glory and they pour everything into, and then everything else, it's like, if after a month we haven't seen a fast enough turnaround, which in streaming is really, it's hard to demonstrate that for most shows, because streaming subscriptions are like it's not as easy of a like 1-to-1 ratio of, oh, we have this show out and now we have all these new subscriptions that then we will use as our as our data for how successful this show is or how successful this show is not. This is how chat found out Chaos got canceled. Oh, well, we talked about it a couple days ago. But yeah, Chaos got canceled. If you were like, oh, I was really excited to see that show. Well, you only have one season of it. And that's a lot of shows. It's a lot of shows where after a month they go, yeah, we're getting rid of it. We're getting rid of it. We haven't had enough new subscribers for this show, which we also can't track, like people signing up just to watch this one show.
Films can be considered the director's medium, whereas TV shows are
There
considered...
used to be the joke that the Emmys were the only times that the silver screen stars had to mingle with the lowly TV actors. Yeah, and now the Emmys are dominated by, you know, the Meryl Streeps, the creme de la creme of silver screen actors.
The writers and producers medium. Those original screenplays that we now miss in film are front and center in TV. It also helps that there's a lot less studio intervention. The industry and talent follow the money, and since the start of the second golden age of TV with The Sopranos, a lot of talent has jumped ship to TV. Steven Soderbergh, Martin Scorsese, David Lynch, Spike Lee, and David Fincher. We've even seen A24 find success in TV this year with Beef that we enjoyed and thought was very original. And with the streaming wars, we've never seen more TV shows being created. Except now we're starting to see some cracks showing up in the streaming model. Okay, so final question. Will mid-budget movies ever come back? I think they will, but not fully the way we want them to. The stories that were told with these types of movies in the past will continue to be told through TV series. And as for film, I think budgets across the board will start to take a dip due to how it's been going in 2023. Most high-budget, $100 million plus films have flopped this year. In fact, movies with budgets at $100 million had better luck at the box office than the ones that exceeded it. Movies like John Wick 4, Across the Spider-Verse, and Mario, compared to the $200 million ones that didn't see the
Mario made $1.359 billion. Oh my God.
the same success, such as the new Transformers, Ant-Man, Indiana.
Dude, that's a whole other conversation too about how voice actors have been replaced by A-list talent. Mario's a perfect example. I'm sorry, but Anya Taylor-Joy had no business being Peach. I know that she's Anya Taylor-Joy. I know she's one of the biggest young actresses in Hollywood. She had no business as Peach, okay? But because now animated films have these massive budgets, and it's the same story of, oh, we're making these movies go big or go home, big budgets, hoping for a big return. And so it's A-list talent that have replaced lifelong voice actors. And it's not to say that like that's something that's only happened in the last 10 years, but it's certainly it certainly has become a much bigger thing where A-listers have replaced like actual voice actors, because there's an art to voice acting. Voice acting is not just, oh, I'm an actor and I'm voicing this character. And there are many A-list actors who are also talented voice actors, but then you see a lot of examples of like, Anya Taylor-Joy is a perfect example of that, where she's playing Princess Peach because she's a huge talent in Hollywood, and so they can market her in the film. And I guess she looks like Princess Peach too, even though it's a fucking animated film, so who cares? Lindsay has a video on a lot. Yeah, that's I haven't watched that video, but I know about that video because I've had this conversation about how Aladdin really was the beginning of that shift, and how Robin Williams' stipulation when he was going to sign on to do Aladdin is that he didn't want to be in the marketing materials. He didn't want to be credited. He didn't want to be a part of the marketing of the film because he was a huge star, and he didn't want to he didn't want to have all the focus of that film. And Robin Williams is an amazing voice actor, right? He's a guy who he did it all. He did TV, he did movies, both drama and comedy and musical. He did voice acting. He was just a superb talent. And that was also the beginning of A-list talent really taking over in animation. And it was something that Robin Williams also kind of had the foresight of, and it's wild to see that it did happen.
Jones, Fast X, and The Flash. We're probably going to start seeing a downward trend in budget because it's not safe to drop $300 million on a film anymore, despite how safe it used to be. There was a lot of talk this year that the box office and theaters are dying, but 2 films proved that all of this was nonsense. Barbie and Oppenheimer, otherwise known as Barbenheimer. These 2 films brought in enormous box office numbers, becoming the 4th biggest box office weekend in history. This proves that it's not that theaters are dying, but that people are just tired of superhero films, reboots, remakes, franchises, and pretty much anything that is unoriginal coming out of Hollywood lately. And I also want to give a special shout out to Oppenheimer, because although it is a Nolan film who has his own loyal fan base, it is the type of character driven they don't make them like they used to film, and its success speaks volumes. People want to see these types of films, even younger audiences, and it made 2023 the turning point in the industry that could bring back originality. We're holding our fingers crossed. And on another note, the MCU's future is actually looking pretty bleak, and streaming services aren't as great of an idea for some studios as they once were. We know talent follows money, so with the golden age of TV starting to cool down, who knows what will happen. A lot is pointing to the remainder of this decade undoing what the last decade has done, and we are all in for it. But more importantly, what do you think? Do you think these are signs that are pointing to a return to form for the industry, or do you just think we're reading too much into it? Leave your comments down below. And as always, thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe if you like this video. We've also launched a Patreon and appreciate any extra support we can get. We have lots of awesome videos on the way. But until next time, have a good one.
I don't know, man. I mean, you look at the news of Robert Downey Jr. making $100 million to play Dr. Doom. It's like, are we really coming to an end of the trend with major studios prioritizing these gigantic blockbuster films, or are we just at the beginning of it? Okay. Alrighty. We are gonna watch next. I think we're gonna watch this Broey Deschanel video. Why is it called Silver Screen? That's a good question. So we refer to it as the silver screen because back in the day, early on, during the movie making process, screens were coated with a metallic paint so that the images that were displayed from the projector would be better displayed. Back in the old days. Have you seen the trailer for the new Lost documentary? I have not yet. I don't want to watch it right now, but maybe later. Because I only have like 2-ish hours, and I have a couple things I want to get through. This is Broey Deschanel's video on Abject Women, the greatest horror of all. And if there's one thing that I love in a movie, it's an abject woman.
Women are born with pain built in. It's our physical destiny. Period pains, sore boobs, childbirth, you know. We carry it within ourselves throughout our lives.
Life is pain. I am a male feminist. Thank you. Thank you, Sa.
This video is sponsored by Audible. With the weight of schoolwork over the past 6 years, I found it really difficult to read for pleasure. So since graduating, I've decided to get back into recreational reading, and this is where Audible has been really great for me.
Have you seen
Audible
The Dancing
is
Man?
the leading
Nope.
provider of spoken word entertainment. It offers the largest selection of audiobooks, anything from bestsellers to celebrity memoirs, as well as podcasts, guided wellness
Women
programs,
went from
theatrical
objects to
performances,
abjects.
A-list comedy, and exclusive Audible originals that you won't find anywhere else. As an Audible member, you get 1 credit every month with access to thousands of titles from their entire premium collection, and those are yours to keep forever in your library.
Shout out to
At the moment,
Audible
I'm
when you
listening to the
just
audiobook
don't
of
want to
Miko
read.
Kawakami's short novel, Breasts and Eggs.
I used to be
It's
such a
narrated by
hater.
Emily
I used to be
Bluzeller and
such
Gina
a hater of audiobooks. And then
contemporary
one day I listened to one and I went, oh, why was I a hater? I still prefer to read and I still prefer to have an actual physical copy of a book because it just helps me concentrate more. But I get it, you know, it's like if you're driving or you have a lot of books you want to get through
in this video, then I strongly recommend it.
and not enough
With
time.
everything you can listen to all in
And
one
sometimes,
app,
you know,
Audible is your playlist for
sometimes
life.
it's like when
New
you
members
pop
can
on a
try Audible for
podcast.
30 days free. So visit
Do you have an internal voice images when you read? Yes, it's so loud. In fact, when I read, a lot of times I will find myself saying things out loud. I'm a reader who shouldn't be around other people when I'm reading.
Identify as a woman. And as a woman, I, both on and off screen, have always been characterized by emotion. And while this might not apply to all people who identify as women, I really relate to it. I get this twisted sense of feeling alive when I watch something on screen that produces a visceral reaction within me. It's in these moments that I feel
AKA the movie The Substance. Just 2.5 hours of feeling alive.
truly tethered to the art I'm consuming.
For centuries in art, the female body has been a sight of spectacle. Ever since the Marquis de Sade published his erotic writings in the 18th century, spectators have taken great pleasure in watching emotion wrought on the female body. Back in 1975, Laura Mulvey took issue with this, arguing that spectatorship over the female body is a net negative, a voyeuristic, oppressive mechanism of what she calls the male gaze. For years, the agreed-upon idea was that women's bodies on screen
Male
are
gaze.
created by men for men.
In these critiques, the male spectator is the assumed audience, but the female spectator is often neglected. No one ever stops to question, what does she like?
This is the central focus of Linda Williams' 1991 essay, Film Bodies, Gender, Genre, and Excess. She explores the way film audiences are both drawn to and repulsed by excess on screen, using the example of her then 7-year-old son, who thoroughly enjoyed the terror of Nightmare on Elm Street, but drew the line at kissing movies, or weepies as Williams puts it. She distinguishes 3 genres that produce a strong physical reaction in viewers. The first is horror, designed to inspire feelings of terror.
I'm kind of dying at the notion that in the film Titanic, the worst part of that is when they kiss. It's not the Titanic hitting the iceberg and then sinking in the ocean and a lot of people die. It's not the heartbreaking moment when Rose is like, Jack, please, Jack, there's a boat, and then has to let him go. No, it's when they kiss.
Terror. The second is porn, designed to evoke feelings of elation. And the third is weepies, which make you weep. These are called body genres, and what brings them together is that all 3 have historically been cast off as trash or fluff. Williams says, What seems to bracket these particular genres from others is an apparent lack of proper aesthetic distance, a sense of over-involvement in sensation and emotion. These films, we think, manipulate our sensibilities. Tear-jerkers, fear-jerkers, or just plain jerkers appeal to emotions that fall outside
Andy,
the
thank you for the
boundaries
14
of societal
months.
values. Crying,
Prusik, thank you for the
fear,
tier
and
1.
even the vulnerability that comes after, are not exactly viewed as strengths in a patriarchal world. Yet, as I alluded to earlier, Williams finds that it's precisely within the body genres that women are the target audience or the primary subjects. She argues, there is thus a real need to be clearer than we have been about what is in masochism for women, how power and pleasure operate in fantasies of domination which appeal to women. Now more than ever, the body horror genre is coming into prestige. Swallow, Raw, and Possessor have all gained a great amount of acclaim in recent years. Most recently, Julia Ducournau's neon film, Titan, won the Palme d'Or at Cannes.
What a crazy
It's garnered
fucking
a
movie.
huge amount of attention for its extreme violence and gore.
And at the moment, all of my female-identifying friends, including myself, are clamoring to see it.
Honestly, it's why I felt like Coralie using body horror to tell the story of The Substance was the best way for her to have told that story. And it's so visceral, and it just was and because of how viewing that with an audience is a very collective experience, and the visceral horror of that film jumps out even more when you have people in the audience just like screaming and laughing and uttering all sorts of sounds. It was very effective. It was a very strong, effective way to tell the story of a woman who has aged out of her position in Hollywood. And it's also fun. Yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had with that film. It's crazy. I mean, it's like being on a roller coaster.
So we have to ask, why are women so drawn to body genres?
Yara Zaid has an incredible video on the link between feminine sexuality and monstrosity in horror, tracing this history back to Carrie in 1976.
It's required viewing. But I want to add another element to Yara's point. What these horror movies and body genres in particular seem to offer up, and the reason they provoke such physical reactions within us, and maybe the reason they're so beloved by female-identifying audiences, is that they place a great focus on the abject.
Abjection, or the abject, is a theory developed by philosopher Julia Kristeva. It's a phenomenon by which human beings react physically to the sight of something corporeal, or in other words, something that threatens the distinction between the self and what is outside of it.
This is a difficult concept, but I think the experience of abjection can be best described in the feeling you get when looking at a human cadaver or corpse.
The corpse, a human in physical form with no signs of humanity within it, is a potent reminder of our own mortality. It's an uncanny blending of the self, our inner spirit, and the other, our physical material bodies. The corpse can make you recoil, but it can also evoke morbid fascination.
Kristeva extends this idea to a number of sites. Similar feelings can occur when we look at bile, blood, feces, or vomit, bodily fluids which are usually inside that have escaped. But it's not just about the body itself.
She also uses the example of footage from Auschwitz. These images are abject not just because they portray a violent mutilation of human life, but also because they symbolize a fragility of the law, a horrific display of the ultimate premeditated betrayal. In Kristeva's words, it is thus not the lack of cleanliness or health that causes abjection, but what disturbs identity, system, and order. What does not respect borders, positions, rules, the in-between, the ambiguous, the composite.
Horror movies are a clear example of abjection.
In female-centric narratives, we often see imagery of menstrual blood, or the excessive consumption of meats and carcasses, symbolism that's relied upon a lot in the abject art movement. But another characteristic of abject art is relied upon a lot in the abject art.
Oh my god. This is oh my god. It's like Lady Gaga's meat dress, but for the face. Oh, this is how, you know what? It's charcuterie. This is charcuterie. Who would eat this?
Art movement. But another characteristic of abject art is its use of women as a site of transgression. Throughout history, the female body has been a scientific mystery, an intractable frontier. Even with the infinite advances in modern medicine today, women's health continues to be widely misunderstood. Mary Russo argues that women's sexual organs, or what she calls the cavernous anatomical female body, is deemed innately grotesque by its dark, damp invisibility. Much like a cave, it contains all the abjection of the world and should thus be shunned. In this sense, the female body is a marker of impurity. Abject art plays with this idea, presenting the female body as a liminal space where the discomfort of abjection can take place. But a lot of this art, and films in particular, are considered prestigious for this intellectual approach, which slightly defeats the purpose of Kristeva's theory.
For something to be truly abject, in her terms at least, it needs to be cast off by its audience. So what I'm interested in is female-driven art that, at the time or over time, is rejected by society.
MoveOn.org, needy, it's over. Life is too short to be moping around about some white trash pig roast.
That's sweet, Jen.
For example, when Jennifer's Body came out in 2009, it was met with extreme backlash towards Diablo Cody, towards Megan Fox, and towards their film as a whole.
One of my favorite movies, and one that I love to talk about.
Yara also has a great video on the poor marketing behind Jennifer's Body, which led to its initial failure. I'll link it in the description. But all you have to know for this video is that audiences and critics hated this movie when it came out, largely contributing to a major downturn in both Megan Fox and Diablo Cody's careers.
The movie was seen as a failure in every facet of the term. Not scary enough, not funny enough, not exploitation enough, not feminist enough, and, most egregiously, not sexy enough.
And it was one of my favorite movies in high school. I watched this along with the other films, the other movies in my rotation, which included Jawbreaker, of course, a classic, and Rent.
This is why it's an interesting case study in abject theory. Jennifer's Body displays a lot of common tropes in female-driven horror. It's a bit of a rape revenge exploitation movie where Jennifer's sacrifice reads as an allegory for sexual assault. It's a monstrous girl movie where Jennifer's actual body transforms violently at multiple instances in the film, and it's also gross. Jennifer frequently projectile vomits, she sits on the floor and horks down fistfuls of meat, she animalistically cannibalizes her victims. But it's more than just the fact that it fulfills these tropes. What makes Jennifer's Body abject is twofold. One, the grotesque transgressions of Megan Fox as a star, and two, the fact that audiences rejected the movie because they had no idea where to place it. As Kristeva writes, abjection is immoral, sinister, scheming, and shady, a terror that disassembles, a hatred that smiles, a passion that uses the body for barter.
I thought you only killed boys. I go both ways.
Instead of inflaming it, a debtor who sells you up, a friend who stabs you.
I just thought, all right, this is it. Like, I'm going to write my crazy gonzo horror movie, and I want it to be female-focused. I want it to be about a female friendship, and I specifically want it to be about a girl who eats boys.
In 2009, people were repulsed by Diablo Cody's sleight of hand, creating a feminist exploitation horror flick with one of the most celebrated sex symbols of the time. Megan Fox.
This is why it was Jennifer's Body coming out when it did. It was very bold. It was very bold of both Megan Fox and Diablo Cody. Megan Fox, because Megan Fox was the sex symbol in Hollywood. She was the hot girl, you know? She had done Transformers. That clip of her bending over, fixing the car or whatever it was, had been, had probably had the most searches on the internet of every Megan Fox clip. And then she did Jennifer's Body. and she utilized her sex symbolness and her just, being super hot to draw attention to this movie in which a lot of disgusting things take place. That was her next movie. I don't know if it went direct. I can't remember if it went directly from Transformers to Jennifer's Body, but basically at the time she was a big burgeoning star and was known for being hot. Like Megan Fox was not viewed as a serious actress at all. She was viewed as an actress who's a sex symbol. And then she does Jennifer's Body, which a lot of young men went to go see because it was marketed as like a sexy Megan Fox movie. And then they were like, what the hell is this? This is disgusting. This isn't what we thought it was going to be. And it hurt her career for a while. Yeah, Megan wanted to do projects that she felt passionate about. She wanted to, she wanted to be taken seriously as an actor. Do you know the story of her in Bad Boys? Yeah, I do. And I don't know. I'd have to go back and look to see at what point, Megan Fox finally came back, but it felt like it was years that Megan Fox was kind of ruined in Hollywood. And then, she had kids and she disappeared and was raising her kids and was doing the whole married life. And then, I don't know. I feel like, okay, if I were to just look back on when I think Megan Fox had her comeback, when, the reintroduction of Megan Fox, it was probably when she got divorced from Brian Green, her husband, and then started dating MGK and started going out. It was like the two of them, and it was this whole thing. And then she started doing movies again. She was in the Ninja Turtles movie, yeah. So I feel like that period after Jennifer's Body and then after her divorce, Megan Fox was just kind of gone.
Fox was supposed to be the ultimate hot girl. What she was not supposed to be was a grotesque monster.
PMS isn't real, Needy. It was invented by the boy-run media to make us seem crazy. I just got Aquamarine on DVD. It's about this girl who's like half sushi. I guess she has sex through a blowhole or something.
It's uncompromising camp dialogue, transcendence of genre, and
also Jennifer's Body is fucking hilarious, okay? Boo, cross out Needy.
Deeply unsexual preoccupation with Megan Fox made audiences uncomfortable with Jennifer's Body. It was a fundamental betrayal of the male fantasy, and in true abject fashion, it was cast off as a bad movie. Only now are people beginning to embrace Jennifer's Body as a feminist cult classic. We're now in a post-Me Too world where feminist horror and revenge thrillers are acclaimed, and Jennifer's Body has finally found its place. But its legacy will continue to be dominated by the abject reaction it produced when it came out. Abjection isn't just limited to horror. The increase in explicitly feminist media over the past decade or so has led to an expansion in what women are allowed to do on screen. One piece of media that pioneered this expansion back in 2012 was Girls. Surprise! I'm talking about Lena Dunham. Now, there are many fair criticisms about Lena Dunham and her show Girls. Mainly that she has a tendency to portray New York like Lincoln, Nebraska, with her inability to write BIPOC people into her scripts, and that she has an overall painfully unself-aware public
There are no BIPOC people in New York City.
Presence. But there's one type of criticism waged against Dunham in Girls that really bothers me. Girls is very frank in its portrayals of sex in the female body, particularly the body of Lena Dunham. She frequently appears fully naked on screen, and at the time it was pretty revolutionary to see a woman of proportions that were atypical for mass media in this light. Dunham is not skinny, but she's not fat. She's kind of in the middle, which is an in-between that we as consumers are not used to seeing, even though Dunham's body type is quite average for the general population of America. But not only is Dunham naked, her character Hannah is also a bit gross for TV. She poops, farts, burps, vomits, and performs many bodily functions on screen that repulse us. And of course, at the time, and perhaps even more throughout the years, Hannah's perceived slovenliness, and by extension Dunham's, have been increasingly indicted by the public.
There's obviously a point to
I feel like I've always been a defender of girls, even while recognizing the fair criticisms of Girls, because Girls was revolutionary, and it was a very good show. And we also, it's amazing, we wouldn't have Adam Driver. The Adam Driver stands wouldn't have Adam Driver without Girls. Same with Christopher Abbott, who I think is amazing. He was thrown into the spotlight because of Girls. We would have never had Allison Williams' Peter Pan. We never would have.
Hannah's demeanor on Girls.
Rebecca Wanzo finds that Hannah's abject qualities are symptoms of her precariousness as a millennial writer living in New York. Hannah is having trouble with all the various aspects of her life. Her flimsy career, tumultuous love life, waning friendships, and struggles with OCD. Hannah, now that her well-off parents have cut her off financially, is precarious.
Have Jemima Kirk.
And as Wanzo writes, abjection is often a principal sign of these characters'
Instagram
precarity.
posts.
They inhabit spaces where they often recoil from others, and others recoil from them. And their constant association with the gross, things like dirt, vomit, and feces, are habitually signs of what emotional and economic insecurity has wrought. Hannah wears her abjection on her sleeve as a defense mechanism. If she's going to be precarious, she may as well set herself apart from others. In embracing the abject, Hannah is able to control her own identity at an age where she feels she has little agency over anything else. In Wanzo's words, claiming difference, alienation, isolation, and specialness is part of how Hannah shores up her identity, particularly as a writer. Girls imagines modes of women's creation in the face of a precarity that disrupts subjectivity and agency.
Yet the public's inability to grapple with the female characters, so blatantly abject, coupled with their revulsion towards Dunham's controversial star persona, has led to a widespread public rejection of Dunham, and by extension Girls, as self-indulgent, annoying, and just plain gross.
The same goes for female comedians like Margaret Cho, Ali Wong, Whitney Cummings, Tiffany Haddish, and Amy Schumer.
Now again, there are many fair criticisms waged against these women, particularly Schumer, who has been widely accused of plagiarizing her jokes and frequently making racist comments in her routines and shows.
Yet, like Dunham, female comics seem to ignite a fury in audiences that goes beyond individual critique. We can fall into the old women aren't funny adage that 14-year-old boys like to spin on TikTok, but if we're to look a little closer at the through line between contemporary comedians like Cho, Wong, or Schumer, you'll notice that they tend to eschew a level of vulgarity or grotesqueness that rubs audiences the wrong way.
And there's this boy that I liked or whatever, and he was like, you know, we was making out, and he was like, can I touch your coochie? I was like, okay. And I let him touch it. And the next day, I was itching like a motherfucker. I was itching bad. And I was like, oh shit, something's wrong. And I went to my homegirl, and I was like, girl, I think he gave me AIDS. She was like, what's wrong? I said, my coochie itching really bad. I'm pretty sure it's AIDS. And she was like, no, Tiffany. Look, I heard my mom talking about this. You just need to it's something white. Yeah, mayonnaise. Put mayonnaise on it.
Joking about pooping one's pants or losing control of your bodily functions during intercourse, or having a lot of intercourse in general and talking about it at length to an audience, exposes a taboo. Of course, male comedians have been using vulgarity, edgy humor.
Yeah, look. Zoe or Broe also said this, that there are, she's using these female comedians as an example, not because she thinks these are the greatest female comedians of all time, not because she's like a huge fan of them individually. Obviously, within that group that she is using for her example here, there are a few who are extremely fucking problematic, and I personally cannot stand them. But she's using their comedy as an example of abjection, which is what this video is about, right? Where their comedy was geared towards the gross. It was, it was visceral. It's like a rejection of the societal norms that dictate how women should talk and what kinds of things that they should, if they're going to do comedy, that they should joke about and what they shouldn't, and how a lot of times the reaction to women doing gross things is it's not the same as when men do gross things, right?
Humor and self-deprecation for years.
Yeah. So no, look, I know. We're in the chat being like, right, this person said this and this person's horrible. Yes.
But that's something we're used to seeing in popular media. The female body, on the other hand, is ornamental. As Maggie Henfield puts it, to be funny through one's grotesque bodily difference thereby offers an alternative means for pursuing freedom and belonging in a hyper-commodified, image-obsessed, perniciously unstable media environment.
You know, because I'm like that, like I was a fat girl and a really fat kid, fat teenager, and I would always hang out with really skinny, beautiful friends, and we'd all go shopping, and they'd buy beautiful clothes, and I would get a mug because I wanted something.
Much of the response towards Dunham and Schumer is wrapped up in framing fatness as something that is abject in itself, an excessiveness of bodily flesh that seems to transgress borders set by the media.
But in the case of Margaret Cho, these borders are both metaphorical and literal. She recalls in one of her stand-up routines a moment where one of the producers of her show, All American Girl, told her that the network was concerned with the fullness of her face on screen, going on to relay that they were concerned about how she was, quote, really overweight. According to Rachel Lee, Cho's abjection lies in the way she confronts the liminality of her fleshy, racialized body. In her routine, Cho says, "I didn't know what to say to that. I always thought I was okay looking. I had no idea I was this giant face that was taking over America. Here comes the face." Lee argues that this retort hyperbolizes the national crisis imagined to occur when a Korean face appears on screen. The event is likened to an invasion or a deluge of too much immigrant foreign body. So not only does Cho's abject body transgress the borders of femininity, it's also, according to Lee, a symbolic reminder of the myth of immigrant invasion, particularly that of yellow fever, a literal trespassing of borders. The racialized East Asian body is imagined in the West to be small, passive, and hypersexualized, yet Margaret Cho transgresses this symbolic order of Orientalism. Her comedy is thus perceived as abject.
I'm on a diet because a few months ago I was in Tampa, Florida at the airport, and this old man came up to me and he goes, "Excuse me, but are you Japanese?" No, actually, I'm Korean. "Oh, really? That's very interesting, because I was looking at you and I knew that you were not Filipino because I have very many Filipino friends, and you are not very Filipino because you are very husky."
It's easy to dismiss reactions to people like Dunham or the female comedians by saying, "Oh, well, they're just gross or annoying." But I think the answer is a bit more complicated than that. You thought I'd stop at Lena Dunham. You thought I'd stop at Amy Schumer. No. Since this is the month of Halloween, I figured it'd be best to scare you all with a bit of Freudian psychoanalytic feminist film theory.
Essentially, Kristeva uses Jacques Lacan's concept of the mirror stage to underscore her theory of abjection. The mirror stage is the moment when a baby or toddler witnesses themselves in the mirror for the first time. Until this point, the child has been developing an understanding of themselves through their surroundings, their mother, their father, their siblings, but upon looking at themselves in the mirror, they come to realize themselves as a material object, a human with a physical and, most importantly, mortal form. This is an incredibly uncanny experience. It doesn't necessarily need to occur in front of a physical mirror, but instead represents the process through which the child becomes detached from their mother and begins to develop as an individual being. For Kristeva, this stage is central to the child's indoctrination into a patriarchal social order, one that forces the child to reject the maternal and the feminine, which are potent reminders of their own mortality. After all, they were once inside the mother, and now they've been expelled from her into the physical world. For the growing child, anything feminine becomes abject. Kristeva writes, most melodramatically, "Out of the daze that has petrified him before the untouchable, impossible, absent body of the mother, a daze that has cut off his impulses from their objects, that is, from their representations, out of such a daze he causes, along with loathing, one word to crop up: fear. The phobic has no other object than the abject, But that word fear, a fluid haze, an elusive clamminess, no sooner has it cropped up than it shades off like a mirage and permeates all words of the language with non-existence, with a hallucinatory, ghostly glimmer. Thus, fear having been bracketed, discourse will seem tenable only if it ceaselessly confronts that otherness, a burden both repellent and repelled, a deep well of memory that is unapproachable and intimate, the abject.
You can write this off as total outlandish bullshit. But it's hard to deny that when audiences look at the grotesque feminine on screen,
the uncanniness of Megan Fox's objectified body transforming into a cannibalistic monster, or of Lena Dunham's unconventional body experiencing pleasure or engaging in socially disruptive behavior, or of Amy Schumer or Margaret Cho disclosing stories about their genitals and bowel movements to a public audience for laughs. They reject it, or rather they abject it. The woman abjecting herself is the greatest horror of them all.
The grotesque feminine, according to psychoanalysts, is an existential threat, a fundamental taboo that needs to be cast off. So why on earth do abject women persist in popular media? If we're so repulsed by them, why do they continue to appear, and why do we continue to watch them?
Well, much as the heterosexual male spectator experiences pleasure at the sight of the objectified woman on screen, the female spectator experiences catharsis at the abject, a great release of social restraints. This media alienates and discomfits male audiences, but its abjection distorts social boundaries and
There's a couple of you in chat who I don't think that you are. I don't think that you're engaging with this theory that Broey is talking about in this video, in the theory which was developed by Julia Kristeva, who wrote a book, The Powers of Horror, an essay on objection. That's what she is talking about in here. And I think instead, I don't know why, but you just are wanting to hate on Broey Deschanel. And I'm not seeing any understanding of what she's talking about. And it's just an outright rejection because I don't think you understand. Yeah. So what she is talking about in this video is the theory of abject horror, but she is looking at examples outside of just horror movies, which is why she looked at, she looked at girls. She looked at, she used girls. She used female comedians whose comedy revolves around the abject. So one thing I always want to just remind you of is that when we are watching something where it's, I'm not saying you have to understand everything in the video, but I feel like this tendency to go, this is stupid, maybe comes from not understanding what the point of the video is. So sometimes it's good to be quiet and engage and see if then that changes your understanding of what is being discussed. And maybe because you're uncomfortable too, which mayhaps is the point of the video in talking about abject horror. So the irony of being uncomfortable by something that is discussing the discomfort in a specific type of in a specific type of horror. Our reaction to, and not just horror, but our reaction to visuals, to language, to something being represented by a woman that is that is in contrast to what is acceptable and what is dictated by society as allowable. It's just it's not even her theory. It's not even her theory. She's taking the theory of Julia Kristeva and is applying that to instances in film and TV and comedy. No, and look, I want to be clear. I'm not saying you have to like 100% agree, because this is this is we're doing film theory here. But I'm saying that sometimes when I play a video like this on stream, or we're having discussions like this, I feel like there's a tendency to just not engage, and I just never think that that's a good way to operate. And when you have made up your mind of this sucks, this is dumb, this is bad, then I don't think that you are allowing yourself to actually engage with what's being presented. And it's just a way to be like, this is terrible because I the idea of what I have of this is terrible, and maybe that's not what it actually is, though.
Images that confine women. For Kristeva, abject art is cathartic. She says, the various means of purifying the abject, the various catharses, make up the history of religions and end up with that catharsis par excellence called art. And for Linda Williams, this catharsis is predominantly experienced by female-identifying spectators. Maybe the reason women are drawn to abjection is a similar reason that true crime is so...
I like the topic, and it's interesting, but the last two examples didn't really make a point because both of them were rejected by society due to factors outside the i.e. crimes. What do you mean by crimes?
Popular among female-identifying audiences. There is power in viewers...
Are we talking... You guys, that's why I'm like, you have to separate... Okay. This is Broy, neither Broy nor I. When we use an example in discussing a theory, right? It's not condoning that person who's being used as an example. It's using something that is a part of their art, or, something that they made or that they were part of, as the example for the theory that's being discussed, for the topic that's being discussed. So using girls, and what she's specifically talking about is how girls bucked societal norms, and how Lena Dunham's character in Girls was gross. She was, she did a bunch of things that were nasty, but were also human. It's just that it was atypical for a young woman to be displaying behavior like that. What it is not talking about, and it has nothing to do with Lena Dunham as a person being a piece of shit. Does that make sense? It's talking about her character in the show that she created, Girls. And that was revolutionary in that young women are not typically depicted, and especially not before a show like Girls, as doing gross things, as doing, as being human beings like that. It has nothing to do with like, it's not saying Lena Dunham as a person is a good person. That has Lena Dunham outside of Girls has nothing to do with the example that she was using. People forget that the reactions to Lena and Amy before their shitty actions was pure objection. Right, and same with Amy Schumer. You forget that, like, Amy Schumer, yeah, she's a shitty person, and especially, the last year has really revealed just how awful of a person she is. But she was used in this example of female comedians whose comedy revolved around being gross, telling, nasty jokes, doing doing comedy that was in many ways repulsive, and how that is an example of also the abject and the reaction to comedy like that when it's done by women, and separating that from like, oh, well, people hate Amy Schumer because she's a piece of shit. Sure. Yes. Okay. Talking about the racist way people talked about the O.J. Simpson case is not a defense of O.J. Simpson. I feel like some of y'all are overestimating how much the average person knows about Lena Dunham's personal life. Yeah, I would agree with that. That isn't what I was saying, but go off. Okay. Well, that feels condescending, and I don't know why you're being condescending to me, because I don't think I'm being condescending to you. So what were you talking about then? Why are people just like being fucking weird and rude? When girls came out, the negative around, I remember, was on her body shape. It was what she did to her sibling. Okay, you are misremembering. You are misremembering. It never seemed gross, aside from that it's a trust fund story. You are simply wrong. I don't know how okay. So maybe I guess that's not what you were talking about, because you just do not know what the reaction to girls was. And that was separate from what she said she did to her sibling, which came out years later. Like, that came out after Girls had, I don't even remember like how many seasons of Girls had happened. But again, I think what you are losing sight of, what you're being short-sighted on, is the fact that this is the reaction to women in TV, in film, in comedy, who are bucking the norms, who are doing things that are producing a visceral reaction from viewers, because that is not something that they that's not something that has been normalized, that is not that is uncomfortable. And so that is true, and that is separate from Lena Dunham being a fucking weirdo and writing about it in her memoir a few years after Girls came out. Yeah, okay. All right. Also, by the way, I said I like the video and agree with it. I don't care. I don't care if you like the video and completely agree with it. That's not what I'm like. I'm not sitting here like, if you don't agree with everything in this video, then you're dumb and stupid. You brought up, you said I like the Jennifer's body example, but the other ones didn't get the point across because they were rejected by society due to factors outside of the art, i.e. crimes, which is not true. So that's why I said, well, what are you talking about? I'm like, if you're talking about Girls or the comedian examples that were used, because that seems like that's what you were talking about, it is not true that they were rejected because of crimes. And in fact, the book that Lena Dunham wrote, when that came out, and when that part where she, talks about what she did to her sister, when people read that, it was also a turning point against Lena Dunham. So there were people who had really hated Lena Dunham, and then there were ones who, loved Girls and loved what Lena Dunham was doing. But when the memoir came out, we're like, damn, this sucks because I really loved Girls, but whoa, Lena Dunham, this is too much. So that was absolutely a singular separate moment that happened after Girls. And Lena Dunham, by that point, there were plenty of people who didn't like Lena Dunham, who already were like, Lena Dunham has been a weirdo. Sorry, don't know why I get argumentative. I just was in a weird part of the internet at the time. I'm sorry for derailing. Okay, so I just ask you next time, please don't say things like go off, because you're being condescending and you don't know what you're talking about. When you don't know what you're talking about, resorting to then being rude is never going to work. And we love to do stuff like this where we're like, okay, go off, I guess. And I think that's just revealing that we're actually maybe not in the right here. Okay. Anyway, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I don't care anymore. Go off is giving addicted to Twitter. Yeah, I think we just need to maybe take stock in how quickly we are to just be dismissive and examine that. Okay. Anyway, we're going to finish this video.
And voyeurism. Power in watching the extremes of society displayed on screen at your behest.
Moonside, thank you
if
for 11 months.
heterosexual male
Storm,
viewers experience euphoria in watching power dominated over women on screen, then women who abject themselves on screen transfer this source of power to the female spectator. Maybe that's why a lot of feminist media has increasingly embraced the abject as the years go on.
We will make it to the end.
It's important to note at this point that the criticism against people like Lena Dunham and Amy Schumer as the ultimate champions of white feminism isn't exactly inextricable from their abject presences in popular culture.
As I said earlier, abjection is the state of being cast off. This exists in the societal sense as well, not just in art.
In her book, Revolting Subjects, Imogen Tyler uses abject theory to explore the various ways that abjection plays out among social groups, and the different ways it's experienced by the haves and the have-nots. She uses the example of how certain populations were abjected in Thatcher's Britain. When implementing stringent cuts to the welfare state, it was decided that certain populations, grotesque in their helplessness, were unfit to exist in society and undeserving of social handouts. This extends to many Western societies. In Victorian England, it was unwed mothers and sex workers. In contemporary America, it's impoverished Black communities, people with disabilities, people experiencing homelessness, and disenfranchised Indigenous populations, among others. For Tyler, this state of being cast off or abjected by society can be internalized. She argues, disgust is not just enacted by subjects and groups in processes of othering, distinction-making, distancing, and boundary formation, but is also experienced and lived by those constituted as disgusting in their experiences of displacement and abandon.
She references Mary Douglas's theory on purity, which I myself referenced to the horror of millions in my Parasite video. Remember this? Disgust is an inherently marginalizing tool used to create boundaries between different social groups. So the question is then, who gets to be abject today?
Rebecca Wanzo compares precarity in Lena Dunham's Girls with how it's explored in Issa Rae's Awkward Black Girl. She says, there may be freedom in a middle-class white girl associating herself with sexual abjection, dirt, and feces, given traditional representations of pure white womanhood. But perhaps unsurprisingly, a Black girl may resist or play with Western constructions of the concept. Black women, along with other people whose bodies have been historically cast off and discarded by society, do not have the same freedoms in popular media to be explicitly abject. White women, whose bodies have existed in the historical imaginary as chaste, restrained, and delicate, may embrace abjection because it transcends the boundaries of their established social order. But certain marginalized groups, Black people, transgender people, Indigenous people, acutely impoverished people, people with disabilities, and particularly anyone in these groups who identifies as a woman, have had to work for years and continue to work on making it inside the established social order altogether.
But what is the established social order anyway? Why does it get to decide who and what is abject? And is it something we should be striving towards at all?
This order, which creates narrow boundaries for what is socially digestible, completely flattens complexity, nuance, difference, and even the entire human condition. All human beings are inherently a bit abject. We are fleshy, we ooze liquids, we rot when we die, we are complicated and sometimes awful. And rejecting these fundamental traits, making them taboo, will get us nowhere. There is a liberatory quality to the abject. Rather than placing a moral qualification on it, we should understand it as an innate human experience that's shaped along social, cultural, and political lines. And since it's not going away anytime soon, we just have to figure out what to do with it. In her book, Against Purity, Alexis Shaw
Baby matcha latte, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5.
Falwell attempts to map out a future where we let go of the idea of purity. A future where we stop clinging to some fantasy of an original wholeness, or a world that was once completely pure. She says, and this is quite beautiful, there is no primordial state we might...
As my friend once said on acid, we're just bags of meat piloted by worms. Oh my god.
Wish to get back to. No Eden we have desecrated. No pre-toxic body we might uncover through enough chia seeds and kombucha. There is not a pre-racial state we could access, erasing histories of slavery, forced labor on railroads, colonialism, genocide, and their concomitant responsibilities and requirements. There is no food we can eat, clothing we can buy, or energy we can use without deepening our ties to complex webs of suffering.
The world has been marred since the beginning. All purity does is convince us that there's some fundamental flaw within us as human beings for being undisciplined or unruly.
For Shotwell, we need to move towards a constitutive impurity, which embraces imperfection not as a boundary to be policed, but one that is porous, that connects us to the earth. What she's getting at is that to live ethically, we have to confront impurity head on.
And I think this could be a wonderful, radical approach to abjection.
Abjection is best imagined as an artistic rendering of
DB
impurity,
Cyclops, thank
or
you
a
for the 24
celebration of
months.
border crossing. Body genres and grotesque feminism contain a wonderful impurity within them, and rather than restraining the abject, or using it to cast others away, or limiting who it can be used by in the media, we should use it as a compass for unearthing all our complexities and contradictions.
Because at the end of the day, life is a bit gross.
Interesting. This is making me want to rewatch your substance discussion now that I've seen the film. Yeah, I really think if Broe had made this film, she made this this video a year ago. If she had done it today, she would have totally used the substance as an example, because I think it really is it really is a lot of what she's talking about here with the horror and the abject, in that the way Coralie Farge depicts depicts the way that a woman aging in an industry like Hollywood is cast out, and the pursuit of youth and youth being beauty, and that just becoming this monstrosity and using body horror to an extreme degree. I mean, The Substance is one of the most extreme body horror films I've ever seen. And it's a perfect example of it's a perfect example of how the horror in a woman's body aging is shown to shown in a very heightened way. I thought the substance for the hype was mild on the body horror. Are you fucking insane? Like, what? Mild on the body horror? No, not at all. What? That is crazy to say. From like top down, there was only a few graphic scenes in it. The entirety of the film is like there are so many visceral moments. I mean, the last 20 minutes alone has extreme body horror. Like, not all, I don't know, like, body horror is not just limbs getting chopped off, right? A lot of times with body horror, there's no there's not like blood and guts like in a slasher movie. I think you're misunderstanding the definition of body horror. Yeah, because I think if you're thinking of films like Terrifier, where that's, you know, torture porn shit, where you've got really disgusting vomit inducing images. That's not body horror. Terrifier was chill. You know what? Terrifier is, I think, just a movie you can put on anytime when you're feeling any type of way. It's just like a very chill movie, you know? You want to fall asleep? Put on Terrifier. Body horror is infection, invasion, mutilation, etc., not just kills. Yeah, it's like it's grotesque violations of the human body, but it is separate from body horror is a totally separate genre from slashers. You thought body horror literally like bodies ripped in horror? No. That's why I was like, I think maybe you have a different understanding of what body horror is, because the substance, and I've seen a lot of body horror films, and I've seen a lot of, you know, the king of body horror, Cronenberg, and the substance is one of the most extreme examples of body horror I've ever seen. I mean, people think Martyrs is a body horror, which is wild. Yeah, it's not. Violation is a key part of body horror. It's not just something violent happening to a body. That happens in all horror and even action movie. It's when your body... Yes, that's a good point. Even when your body becomes almost a foreign and horrifying entity itself and is the source of the terror. Yeah, that's why examples of like mutation, decay, it's the body unnaturally transforming. So think of The Fly. The Fly is a great example of body horror, where the horror in The Fly comes from the way that his body is transforming into just this grotesque, unnatural, horrific thing. Okay. Legit, thank you for the gifted sub. All right. Let's watch something that's a little less theory heavy, cuz I think some people did not like that and probably got mad at me too when I was like, why are we just sending why are we pissed off? Why are we mad? You know, sometimes this is why I'm like, I don't know if Twitch is the right platform to try and have do this type of content. That's Broey Deschanel, by the way, who's amazing. She does a lot of film theory type videos, a lot of a lot of videos that revolve around like feminist critique, etc., etc. And I don't say that as like Twitch is not the platform to have these discussions because I am denigrating people's intelligence. Like that's not something where if you don't get everything in that video, then you're a stupid person. Abject horror, as it was theorized by Julia Kristeva, it's complicated to grasp. I think it's something where you have to read a number of writings on abject horror and think about examples, you know. So it's I never mean this in a I'm never being condescending about this. I just feel like on Twitch there's such an aggressiveness, and I don't know what it is with the live component of streaming where there's this tendency to just be like, fuck this, what is this? This is stupid. Versus if you're just watching this video on your own, or if you're listening to a podcast, that you're more likely to just listen and not be immediately reacting. Like, I think it's the reacting element of Twitch. Objections get delivered with a very inflammatory tone on Twitch. Yeah, and sometimes I let it go. And then sometimes it's getting to a point where when it's clogging up chat, I'm like, okay, now I have to say something. Why are we being reactionary here? Sometimes if you don't like something or you're not understanding something, just don't chat. You don't have to. You don't have to say the same thing over and over again. We see you the first time, you're like, ew, don't like this. Fuck this. Can be triggering for some. Some of us use Twitch as a way to connect with people. It can overexcite me too sometimes when an interesting topic gets heated. Look, there is good and bad. There is good and bad to the live streaming aspect of Twitch. And I feel like I always want to be fair in recognizing that there are some wonderful things about the live streaming aspect and how, you know, like it's really nice having a collective experience when we're doing something like film night. But then there are also negatives to the live streaming aspect. And I think people just react very quickly, and you know, it's like, whatever. I don't know. Maybe YouTube streaming was right by making chatting in the shittiest way possible. Yeah, YouTube streaming went, no, we're going to make it harder to chat. We're going to make it harder. Don't underestimate how much impact you've already had in making Twitch much more of a place for these discussions. Twitch once was extremely hostile to politics, even just chatting streams in general. Now they're common and huge. You're kind of establishing something that was niche. Twitch got very Reddit brain when confronted with new perspectives on stuff like mass media. And I get that a lot of these things are confusing. I don't understand everything. Sometimes it's hard when I'm learning something for the first time, and then also, you know, reading chat and getting distracted by stuff. So I'm also reacting in the way that when I step in because I just see enough people sending the same messages that are very negative, and I get distracted by it when I'm trying to learn something too, and then, you know, have this discussion with everyone. And that's why I will also say, hey, if you're not getting it, or if you're, you know, angry because for whatever reason, please be respectful, because it is distracting. Twitch chat will be distracting of getting the, you know, of being able to like concentrate on something, and it can kill the vibe for sure, you know. Anyway. Anywho, we just keep doing it. we just keep going. We keep going. Sometimes I think there are things that are easier to have discussions on and stream, and sometimes there are things that are harder. But hopefully this next
Morticia, vampire.
This next video that is shorter and talks about the three the three queens in the trinity of women of darkness, which are Morticia, Vampira, and Elvira. Our goth mommies. Our goth mommies. Are you trying to go to Horror Nights another weekend? Oh, right. So the reason that we didn't go is because our tickets fell through. And so Peach and I were going to go stream at Halloween Horror Nights, and then it fell through. So we're trying to find another time next week that we can go to Halloween Horror Nights. Yes, yes, yes. Be thankful we're a geriatric ward. Imagine if we were Zoomer chat. Oh my God. There are ways to criticize something without showing your whole ass about it, TBH. Totally. Yeah. Before I get hit with the echo chamber accusations, look, criticism is good. I criticize things. A lot of what we do is engaging in criticism of whatever, politics, film, you name it. But there's a difference between just saying over and over again that something sucks because you're not engaging with that thing then. Right.
Morticia, Vampira, and Elvira, the unholy trinity of women of darkness. These three...
I just have to say, too, I'm pretty miffed. I'm pretty miffed that in all this talk about Sydney Sweeney's breasts killing wokeness, as if she is the first woman to have beautiful breasts that she has on display, the gorgeous emo goth mommy Cassandra Peterson, aka Elvira, has been totally left out of the beautiful breast conversation because Elvira is the queen of having beautiful breasts out on display. Yeah, back when Elvira and things weren't woke.
Femme fatales have captured the wicked imaginations and nefarious fantasies of many generations. And, like the chains they might use to restrain their victims, the stories of all three of these
Like, where are the tweets about Elvira, like with a picture of Elvira and how wokeness has died? Because Elvira's still around. Cassandra Peterson she's not gone away. She's still out here. She's got the girls out.
Ladies are linked. It all began in 1938 in the visionary mind of New Yorker cartoonist Charles Addams. He brought to ink and paper a twisted collection of misfits known as the Addams Family.
The Addams Family.
The matriarch was an aloof, tall, and beautiful creature in a curve-hugging, plunging black dress with jet black hair and mysterious eyes. She and the rest of the family enjoyed a dark and malevolent lifestyle, stalking around their creepy mansion and making nonchalant remarks such as, "May I borrow a cup of cyanide?" and "You forgot the Eye of Newt." By the 1950s, the Addams Family was a haunted household name. However, none of the characters in the cartoon actually had names of their own.
You know what? We were talking about Halloween costumes. I've always wanted to be one of these three, and I can't believe I haven't done it. And I think it's because it would either require me to learn how to do the makeup and hair, or I'd have to have someone do it for me. But I think it was it Emma Longvin who did Elvira, I think, a year or two ago, and she was amazing. Oh my God. Her Elvira was so good.
Enter Finnish-American actress Maila Nurmi, who left Astoria, Oregon for a career in show business. The natural blonde worked as a cheesecake model and a showgirl alongside future burlesque star Lily St. Cyr. Maila appeared in a midnight show called Spook Scandals, where she was spotted
both Maila and Cassandra were former showgirls who then developed these characters.
By famous director Howard Hawks, who cast her in his film Dreadful Hollow. Unfortunately, the production was plagued with problems and never got off the ground. In 1953, Maïla attended a Halloween masquerade in a costume inspired by the matriarch from Charles Addams's cartoons. In her stunning look, she caught the eye of TV producer Hunt Stromberg Jr., who was seeking an eccentric character to host a late-night show of newly syndicated classic horror movies. Maïla got the job, and Vampira was born. Maïla further developed the character of Vampira from the Charles Addams prototype by hyping up the sex appeal, believing sex and death to be a killer combination. She added in elements of bondage, like her impossibly tight corset, stiletto heels, and long red fingernails. She took additional influence for the character from the Dragon Lady from Terry and the Pirates, and the Evil Queen from Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The Vampira show premiered in 1954 and was an instant hit. Vampira began each show with a trance-like glide down a dark, misty hallway, followed by a blood-curdling scream. She would then introduce and mock that evening's film while reclining on a couch of skulls. Her ghoulish comedy included making martinis with eyeballs instead of olives, and offering viewers epitaphs rather than autographs. Vampira ended each show by wishing her audience, "Bad dreams, darlings." Vampira became the vamp of the moment, making appearances on The Red Skelton Show.
You should enter each stream like that. I like that. There's a cloud of smoke. I sit down and just scream.
The Ed Sullivan Show, and many more. She rode around Los Angeles in a chauffeured 1932 Packard and ran for Night Mayor of Hollywood with the platform of Dead Issues. Maïla had a long-running affair with War of the Worlds director Orson Welles, and upon first seeing her nude, he proclaimed, "Magnificent carcass." In 1955, Maïla's close friend and Hollywood icon James Dean died in a car racing accident, and Vampira became embroiled in scandal, including a magazine expose accusing her of causing his death with black magic. Her link to the tragedy, along with several warnings from the FCC about her grotesque humor, caused KABC-TV to cancel the Vampira show after a successful run of only 1 year. Maïla retained the rights to the character and continued to breathe life into Vampira. She had a brief run on a competing TV station. She appeared in 1959's Plan 9 from Outer Space, a kooky horror B-movie directed by Ed Wood, whom she met at a birthday party for Bela Lugosi Jr. Vampira was also a character in Tim Burton's 1994 biopic about the director, Ed Wood. Vampira was played by Burton's then-wife, Lisa Marie. In 1959, Maïla, as Vampira, performed as the live-action model for Maleficent in Disney's Sleeping Beauty, and you can certainly see Vampira in the iconic character's arched eyebrows, deep voice, and casual evilness. Vampira was the archetype for a new kind of celebrity, the horror host, and many would follow in her footsteps.
Including...
In 1964, 10 years after Vampira lit up the night, ABC developed Charles Addams's cartoons into a new series. The Addams family was brought to life, and Charles Addams gave them all names. Morticia came from the Latin mortis, meaning death. The ethereal Carolyn Jones was cast in the role. Carolyn hailed from Amarillo, Texas, and had spent years in Hollywood developing serious acting chops. She regularly stole the show in zany supporting roles in many big-name movies, including House of Wax, The 7-Year Itch, and Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but had always longed to be a leading lady. She played love interest to Elvis and Frank Sinatra. She had been married to Charlie's Angels and Beverly Hills
What is this
90210
video?
producer
I like
Aaron
it.
Spelling, but the couple had sadly parted. For 1957's bachelor party, Carolyn traded in her natural blonde locks, a dime a dozen among Hollywood starlets, for an exotic raven-haired look. She gained an Academy Award nomination for the performance. In 1964, Carolyn finally found a role seemingly custom-made for her, a kooky, zany character with a smart and wicked sense of humor who also happened to be a leading lady. Carolyn and the writers added a lot of flesh to the bones of the cartoon character. Although there is scant existing evidence that Vampira was an influence, it's hard to believe that she wasn't. This Morticia, like Vampira, was dripping with sex appeal, which was pretty subversive for primetime TV in the 1960s. She and her husband Gomez had a passionate relationship and were the first TV couple to imply that they had a sex life. Aside from driving her husband and the audience...
Honestly, still one of the greatest cinematic couples. They really just had a relationship to aspire to.
Mad with desire.
Yearning for a love like theirs.
Morticia dabbled in art, gardening, the occult, and was a loving if offbeat mother to Wednesday and Pugsley. Carolyn loved the role and had fantastic chemistry with her leading man, John Aston, and kept little Lisa Loring in stitches between takes. The Addams Family was popular for 2 years, but couldn't compete with shows in color. In 1966, this version of the Addams Family met their demise. Luckily for fans of the oddball Addamses, they have lived on in syndication and in many other versions, both animated and flesh. In 1977, Carolyn Jones and the original cast reprised their roles in a made-for-TV movie, Halloween with the New Addams Family. Fast forward to 1981, and the world was in need of a new goth goddess. Local Los Angeles horror host Sinister Seymour had shuffled off the mortal coil, and producers wanted to...
Vampira, Morticia, and Elvira are they're all icons. They're all queens. I have a special love for Elvira, and I really discovered Elvira when I worked at Screambox back in 2016, and I was in charge of marketing, and Screambox was a startup horror streaming company, and we didn't have a lot of big titles, and so kind of had to try to figure out ways to send out different marketing newsletters daily, weekly, and monthly with a lot of the regurgitating a lot of the same content. But one of the hallmarks of Screambox is that we had everything Elvira. And so that's when I first really discovered Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, and I think maybe I had seen an image of Elvira before, or I had heard of Elvira, but I didn't know who Elvira was. And Elvira, what's so amazing about Cassandra Peterson, who plays Elvira, is she's this, big tittied goth mommy, but she's very campy and she's very corny. Her jokes and the comedy of Elvira is that it's extremely cheesy. And she created this character when she was at Groundlings, and one of her best friends who was with her at Groundlings at the time was Paul Reubens, who then went on to create the character of Pee Wee Herman. And the thing about Elvira too is that she is obviously she is an icon in the LGBTQ community, but her popularity and the impact that this character Elvira had was on many different communities. There were of course, the community of young horny men, young horny straight men who Elvira's sexy. There's the LGBTQ community. There were like religious Southern conservatives who loved Elvira. She just had this appeal, and the appeal was a mix of her being, her being very sexy and goth, but also being very campy and corny.
Bring back The Vampira Show. Maila Nurmi was briefly involved, but left the project due to artistic differences. Seeking new blood to fill the itty-bitty black dress, the director took a tip from a friend and went to check out Cassandra Peterson at the famed LA Improv Theater, The Groundlings. Her dippy Valley Girl character brought the house down. The director imagined a raven black wig over Cassandra's natural red tresses, and Elvira was born. Cassandra hails from Manhattan.
Yes, she's also in the LGBTQ community. Yeah.
Manhattan, Kansas, and performed as a showgirl in Las Vegas. There, she briefly dated Elvis. She was also a Bond girl with a small role in 1971's Diamonds Are Forever. Cassandra took the character of Vampira and turned it up to 11 with Elvira. She is over-the-top sexy with gigantic ratings and big 1980s bouffant hair. She has a California Valley Girl meets punk rocker attitude. Her dark body and sarcastic humor was perfect for the MTV generation. She is a true feminist hero, blatant about her desires, but not willing to let anyone take advantage of her. Like Vampira and other horror hosts before her, Elvira presented late-night monster movies in her show Elvira's Movie Macabre, or Movie Mac as she called it. While most horror hosts are a strictly local affair, Elvira was so endearing that her show was syndicated across the US and Canada for 7 years and had a home movie series. Elvira used her quick wits and sharp...
Oh. It's so heavy. Where did this come from?
Podcast.
Oh. It's a pumpkin. What, okay, I'm gonna put this here. Farley, you know what? Give him the pumpkin. He's being a TT. How is the podcast?
Great. Really good episode.
Great. Why are there pumpkins?
What?
Did you guys carve pumpkins?
No, we decided not to. We just had pumpkins.
You just had pumpkins?
We found out that 3 of us hated carving pumpkins, so we opted out.
Y'all, they were gonna carve pumpkins on Firian and then realized that they all hate carving pumpkins, so they decided not to. So that's why I have a pumpkin now.
I'm probably gonna shower and then go to Marsha's.
Okay.
I think you just keep doing what you're doing.
Looking at Elvira's titties.
Yeah. When I died, let them know that I was more than just a pair of great tits. I had fantastic legs also.
She's the fucking best. I aspire.
Tongue to make fun of each evening's B-movie. And much like Vampira, she ended each show by wishing her audience unpleasant dreams. Elvira was the glamour ghoul of the 80s, launching comic books, action figures, Halloween costumes, beer commercials, and making many TV appearances, including The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. She was even spoofed on The Simpsons with the character Booberella. Her fame reached its zenith with the release of the 1988 feature film Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, in which she
watched Mistress of the Dark last year, and I think that was quite a few people's introduction to Elvira.
She goes to a small town in New England to collect an inheritance from her late aunt, who happens to be a witch. There, she shakes up the locals so much that they attempt to burn her at the stake. Though it received mixed reviews and Razzie nominations, it remains a cult classic.
It is iconic.
Elvira continues to be a goth icon with the 2001 sequel, Elvira's Haunted Hills, a 2007 reality competition, The Search for the Next Elvira, a 2010 revamp of Elvira's Movie Macabre, and 2014's 13 Nights of Elvira. While Elvira was at the height of her popularity, it seemed the perfect time to bring another sexy goth goddess back from the dead. Morticia Addams sauntered onto the big screen in 1991's The Addams Family, this time portrayed by the glamorous and naturally raven-haired Anjelica Huston. Anjelica comes from a family of Hollywood royalty. She is the daughter of the Maltese Falcon and the Misfits director John Huston. She was California-born, but spent most of her childhood and education in Ireland and England. She had a successful modeling career throughout the late 60s and 70s, and had a tumultuous relationship with Jack Nicholson from 1973 to 1990. In 1980, she moved back to Hollywood and made a splash in the family business in The Postman Always Rings Twice. Anjelica became the third generation of her family to win an Academy Award for her performance in 1985's Prizzi's Honor. She captured many dark hearts with her fantastically evil turn as the Grand High Witch in The Witches, and a year later she beat out Cher to play the iconic Morticia. Anjelica took in...
Are Elvira's boobs real or part of the costume? No, they're her boobs.
Influence for her portrayal from watching Grey Gardens, the bizarre 1975 documentary about Jackie Kennedy's cousins, Big Edie and Little Edie, living in squalor in a decaying mansion. Anjelica's seductive eyes, poise, and deadpan delivery of hilariously macabre lines helped to make The Addams Family and its 1993 sequel, Addams Family Values, massive critical and box office hits. She had wonderful chemistry and a lot of choreography with her co-star, Raul Julia, was an absolute Lamaze master and an inspirational mother to Wednesday, Pugsley, and baby Pubert. All three of these characters are devilishly hilarious and sinfully sexy. They are heroes of nonconformity and feminine strength who have shown generation after generation that it's okay to be different and indulge in your darker side. May their work and that of Mistresses of the Dark to come inspire us all. So what about you? Does Morticia make your heart race? Does Vampira make your blood boil? Or does Elvira make you die laughing? Or do you adore all of these three dastardly divas? Let me know in the comments and be sure to subscribe for more fun Halloween videos.
All three of them. All three. Though, as I said, Elvira is very near and dear to my heart. Because she's super sexy, but also her comedy is very dorky. It's super corny. All three but Morticia, my idol. Yeah, I mean, I say this as all three of them are amazing and different. Similar in the goth mommy vibe, but different in personality. But Cassandra's drag, the adjacent dragness of her humor with the costume that she wore, it's got me. It's got me. Just found your podcast name, Dastardly Divas. Yes. Okay. So I have a video that goes deeper into the creation of Elvira and how Elvira came to dominate. I also, let's see what time it is. Have you ever watched Death Becomes Her for movie night? It's not been available. I love Death Becomes Her. Love, 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 love. We can also watch an episode of 13 Nights of Elvira. So one of the things that Elvira did, aside from her 2 films that she stars in, is she hosted a show where she would play. She would host and then commentate very bad but good B-list to D-list horror films. So, you know, the kind of movies where you're just laughing because of how bad they are, but it also makes them good too. There's a there's a beauty about it. And so she hosted a show where she would do a bit before before playing the movie, and then would kind of pop in here and there, and then at the end would, show up, and then that would be the end. That would be the end of the episode. Gotta plug the real Elvira on Twitch. Wait, what is that? Is Cassandra Peterson on Twitch? Is Elvira on Twitch? What? Yes, I am her. I was not aware. What is this? Tell me.
Oops, looks like Strawberries just pulled a Britney.
I'm warm and I'm loving. I'm loving.
Okay. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, aka Cassandra Peterson, official Twitch. Elvira's Movie Macabre Marathon. Wait. Okay. It's a small channel. Is this someone who's just a massive Cassandra Peterson Elvira fan? Dragon Army, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. I kind of feel like that might be the case. Random MF Hero, thank you for the 4 months. It's a 24/7 channel. It's her content. Okay, yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Love that there is somebody on Twitch who is a massive, massive fan of Elvira and is just 24/7 playing all things Elvira. It does say real. That's true. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do a poll. Because I have time to watch one of these. So what to watch? We can watch this video about Elvira or episode of 13 Nights of Elvira. Okay. I'm only giving you 1 minute on this. 1 minute of the poll. 1 minute. 1 minute to vote for the last thing that we watch on stream. Ever watch Hereditary? Of course. Amazing. One of the best horror films in the last decade. Thank you for the bits. Wait, am I insane? Did we not finish this video? What the fuck? Didn't this end? You did. Wait, oh, okay. Oh, I think I must have clicked backwards. Yeah, I clicked backwards. I swear to God, we finished this. Am I having a brain moment? And someone in chat was like, can we finish this video? I thought we did. My God. Fuck. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. We are going to watch this episode of Elvira's 13 Nights of Elvira. 13 Nights of Elvira. And this is the episode Ginger Dead Man. And I'm embarrassed to say that I've previously seen this. I have seen Ginger Dead Man. So anyway, this will give you an idea of, this is not the original show that she hosted, where you would watch a shitty but good shitty B-list horror film and then Elvira would commentate. But she did that originally, and then I think she did a couple iterations, multiple seasons of it. And then this is, I think, from 2014 or 2015.
Welcome to Cooking with Evil with your host, Elvira. And now, here I am, the eggs in your Benedict. Me, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Thank you, and welcome back to another episode of CWE. I am going to start the show by saying that everyone in our studio audience will be getting a case of E. coli bacteria! That's right, you're getting E. coli, and you're getting E. coli. Just reach right under your seat and put your hand on the armrest and you've got E. coli.
Barter boost, thank you for the 5.
You know, it's almost the holiday season. Which holiday and what season? I don't know, but there's always a holiday coming up. Oops, excuse me. That was the last holiday coming up. But this special holiday treat of
she's
terror
corny.
is bound to make you woof your
She's
cookies.
dorky.
It's called Ginger Dead Man. Now, there's an old joke that gingers have no soul. Well, this one does, and it's the soul of a serial killer. Now, the casting of this movie was very difficult. They looked through every celebrity mugshot in Hollywood to find an actor who was the embodiment of a jerk. Some of the actors considered for the role of Ginger Dead Man were Mel Gibson, Robert Downey Jr., Charlie Sheen, Mickey Rourke, Nick Nolte, and Justin Bieber. But he just didn't have the chops. They needed an actor who could really sink his teeth into the part of the Ginger Dead Man. Someone like, I don't know, Gary Busey? And the only thing bigger than Gary Busey's ego is his teeth. He could chew down trees and build a dam with that set of choppers. Anyway, if you'd like to cook along with us at home, the recipe for this Ginger Dead Man is the ashes of a serial killer, a few drops of blood, gingerbread seasoning left at the back door by a serial killer's mom, and a cup of shortening, so the movie doesn't run too long. I believe this half-baked recipe was written by Betty Crocker before she went to Betty Ford. So everybody get a big glass of milk, because you're gonna need it to wash down this cookie. It's the Ginger Dead Man.
It's so glorious. If that was your first Infinity High, I'm not even kidding you when I say there's so many of them. Ginger Dead Man versus Evil Bong. Evil Bong 777, Evil Bong 666, Evil Bong High 5, Evil Bong 420, Bong of the Dead, Bad to the Bong, and I think that might be it. Which, if you ask me, there need to be more. I don't think there's enough. Ooh, that was a fun time, y'all. That was so fun. Wasn't that fun? I know. You never do this? You never come up and want to say hi? Are you feeling lonely? Are you feeling lonely? Little TT boy. Oh, mwah, 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 mwah. Okay, y'all. How are these movies funded? These are the $200 million budget films that I was talking about earlier. How are they funded? Usually it's a mix of self-funding and then maybe a little bit of financing outside that, but oftentimes it's the director who's getting it made by paying for it. What do you mean? They have Academy Award nominee Gary Busey. Charles Band is the director, and he is known for his horror comedy films. And I love them. I love this shit, okay? I'm all over it. Give me movies like Ginger Dead Man over Joker 2. More Ginger Dead Man. Okay, y'all. I need to find somebody who has... Let's see. Okay, is this person? Oh, this person is streaming. Okay. Okay, one second, y'all. 1 second. All right. I have to get going, but I am going to continue with our October rating of small streamers who are working their way towards partner, which is very exciting, and I'm happy to help people in doing that. So, you know the drill. You do not need to stay after a raid, but just be nice and polite, and when you leave, you can just leave. You can leave, but be on your best behavior, of course. And remember that, getting a raid when you're not used to getting raids can be overwhelming. So just be the good chatters that you are. And I hope you had fun tonight. I did. I love horror movies that are so bad, they are so good. And when I worked at Screambox, I spent many a night watching these and then coming up with newsletters. That was just some of the most stellar writing of my career. Okay, Farley, say night-night. And yes, this is still the music from the credits of Ginger Dead Man. Ginger Dead Raid, yeah. Ginger Dead Raid. All right. We're going to get it going. Tomorrow I will be back. I will be back for stream. Probably starting around 5:30 or so. And I hope to see y'all then. Good night. And keep it boostin'. Keep it busin'. Buse down, Tatiana. Buse. No. No. Busin. Keep it busin. Whatever the fuck that means. Okay, good night.